believe that we do have oh dear, what happened to my, oh, there it is. We have invocation. At this time, Lorraine, can you assist us with invocation this morning?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. And members of the Law and Order Committee and those that are on the line. Tachin to the Sundale. But the Hojole is not Hassan Chima. Yaris Kishika. Hayat Kat no date lesion her soy. Chahli. Aronda go begin down alone. Snarjana Sotis. The go sleep the Bensa. Just not audibly told in. Chiche Ashati. Chiche Ashawan. Your great Sajama. Son of Leshma. Nada. Great ski nada. Sweet egg. Unit class A, program student voyage. Paradigm ski is 28. Sa na way bigla hanani Catholic. Virginia Hasni. Okay, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Lorraine. So with that, committee members, an invocation has been provided to us by our legislative advisor, Ms. Lorraine Spencer. We do appreciate that, Lorraine. I'm praying for all of us on LOC and then all of us on the Navajo Nation as well. We're going to proceed forward to recognizing guests and visiting officials. I'd like to begin by asking, do we have any other delegates on the line? Not hearing anything, we're going to proceed forward. Do we have anybody from the Office of the Speaker on the line?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Law and Order Committee. This is Nikita Kirk, Legislative Staff Assistant with also the Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Nikita. Do we have
myself or my microphone for a while? So thank you for being patient. We couldn't get the sound back.
Thank you. So with that, we'll go ahead and proceed forward. Do we have anybody here from the Office of Legislative Counsel on the line?
Good morning, Chairwoman. This is Chad Abeda from Office of Legislative Counsel. Chief Legislative Counsel will be off and on throughout the day. Thank you.
Good morning, Chad, and thank you for joining us this morning. Do we have anybody from Office of Legislative Services aside from Lorraine and Sherelle on the line? Not hearing anything, we're going to proceed forward. Do we have anybody from the judicial branch on the line?
Good morning, Madam Chair, honorable members of the Law and Order Committee. This is Karen Francis, Office of the Chief Justice.
Good morning, Ms. Francis. Do you have anybody else on the line with the judicial branch?
I believe there are other members on the line. If they all could identify themselves. Thank you.
Do we have anybody from the judicial branch on the line?
Good morning, Madam Chair. This is Yvonne Arbizu Gorman with Judicial Branch. Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Arvizo Gorman. Do we have anybody else from the judicial branch on the line?
Good morning. This is Linda Williams from Judicial Branch, Financial Technician.
Good morning, Ms. Williams. Thank you for being on the line. Last and final call. Do we have anybody else from the judicial branch on the line? Okay, not hearing anything. We're going to proceed forward. Do we have anybody from the Office of the President and Vice President on the line?
Good morning, Madam Chair. I was muted, but this is Lavon Yazzie, Court Administrator with the Kayenta Judicial District on the line. Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Yazzie. Thank you for being on the line. And for those of you who are called upon, *6 is how you unmute yourself. Do we have anybody from the Office of the President and Vice President on the line? Okay, not hearing anything. Do we have anybody from Division of Public Safety on the line?
Madam Chair, Chief Chi online.
Good morning, Chief Chi. Thank you for being on the line with us this morning. Do we have anybody from Department of Justice on the line?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Law and Order Committee. This is Jordan Oglesby from the Navajo Nation Department of Justice within the Economic and Community Development Unit. Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Oglesby. Thank you for announcing yourself and being on the line this morning. Do we have anybody else who wishes to announce themselves who is on the line at this time?
Good morning, Madam Chair. This is Robert Willie with the Controller's Office.
Good morning, Mr. Willie.
Mark Harlow,
Good morning,
Roanhorse,
Madam.
Venado chapter.
Good morning, Mr. Roanhorse. Thank you for being on the line.
Good morning, Madam Chair. This is Michelle Jones with the Navajo Nation Gaming Regulatory Office.
Good morning, Ms. Jones. Thank you for being on the line with us this morning.
Madam Chair, this is Mark Graham with the Office of Navajo Tax Commission.
I'm sorry, Mark, did you say Mark Lamb?
No, I'm sorry, Mark Graham.
Graham.
B-R-A-H. That's correct.
Almost created a brand new name for you.
I know. And don't get me confused with Mr. Grant. I am much younger and hopefully a little smarter.
We won't tell him you said that. Good morning, Mr. Graham.
Oh,
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Arlene Lee, Court Administrator for Pinyon Judicial District. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
This is Steve Etcity from the Navajo Nation Judicial Branch.
Good morning, Mr. Adseti, and thank you for joining us. And also Ms. Lee from Pinyon, thank you for joining us. Do we have any other chapter officials who wish to announce themselves at this time? Okay, not hearing anything. We'll go ahead and proceed forward to the next item on the agenda, which is review.
Madam Chair.
Yes. Yes.
Jesse Delmar from Public Safety. Good morning.
Good morning, Director Delmar. Thank you for being on the line with us this morning. So with that, we go ahead.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, this is William Ski with Surface Mining Program.
I'm sorry, you mumbled there a little bit. I just heard William.
With the Minerals Department, Surface Mining Program, William Skeet.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Skeet. Thank you for being on the line.
Thank you.
Last call. Is there anybody else who wishes to announce themselves who is on the line at this time?
Madam Chair, this is Dana Bobroff, Chief Legislative Counsel. I will be in and out of the call this morning. I believe that Mr. Abeda will also be on the call. Thank you.
Thank you, Dana. Yes, Mr. Abeda did make mention that you would be on and off the call today, so thank you for being on. So with that, we'll go ahead and proceed forward. Lorraine, can you go ahead and read the agenda into the record for us, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Law and Order Committee and those that are on the call. Agenda of the Law and Order Committee, 24th Navajo Nation Council, special meeting through telecommunication, July 5th, 2022, 10 a.m. Presiding Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Chairwoman. Honorable Altoso, Vice Chairperson. 1, call meeting to order, roll call and invocation. Number 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. Number 3, review and adopt agenda. Number 4, review and adopt the journals. There's none. 5, receive reports. A, report from Joanne Jane, Chief Justice, Judicial Branch on the status of not getting any ARPA money. What will this mean to the Judicial Branch? Update on backlog cases and how are they working to reopen? B, report from Michelle T. Jones, Acting Executive Director, Navajo Nation Gaming Regulatory Office regarding small bingo games and raffles on the Navajo Nation. C, report from Larry Chi, Fire Chief, Navajo Nation Fire Department on the expenditure plan for Fire Department. D, report from Mark Graham, Executive Director, Office of Navajo Tax Commission on the history of junk food tax and how much Fire Department gets from sales tax. E, report from Office of the Controller on the 2015 Public Safety and Justice Fund. 6, old business, none. 7, new business. A, reschedule meeting for July 1st, 2022 at 8 a.m. Select another date due to Navajo Nation Council special session. B, reschedule work session for July 1st at 1 p.m. Select another date due to Navajo Nation Council special session. C, reschedule LOC meeting for July 25th, 2022 at 10 a.m. due to budget hearings from July 25th through the 29th, 2022. 8, close the meeting announcement and adjournment. Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you for that, Lorraine. So with that, committee members, the agenda has been read into the record. Are there any questions, any comments, or any amendments that need to be made at this time to the agenda? Okay, not hearing anything, we're going to proceed forward. I do need a motion and a second at this time.
Delegate James, motion.
Motion made by Honorable Vince James. Can I get a second?
Vice Chair will second.
Vice Chair Otto So seconds the motion for the agenda. Again, committee members, are there any questions, any comments, or any amendments that need to be made to the agenda at this time? Not hearing anything, we'll go ahead and proceed forward for a vote. Sherelle, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please?
Yes, Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote? Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have 2 in favor, 0 opposed, 3 not voting. Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton not voting. Honorable Eugene So absent, and Honorable Edmund Yazi absent, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. So with a vote of 2 in favor, 0 opposed, 3 not voting, 2 members absent, the agenda hereby passes. Committee members, we do have an agenda before us at this time. So we'll proceed forward to item number 4, review and adopt the journals. There is none. Item number 5, receiving reports. We do have a report from Joanne Jane, Chief Justice of the Judicial Branch, on the status of not getting any ARPA money. What will this mean to the judicial branch? We also need an update on backlog cases and how they are working to reopen the courts. At this time, the Chief Justice, just for the committee's FYI, the Chief Justice did reach out to me on Friday, and she did tell me Friday evening that she would not be able to make today's meeting for personal reasons. And so she did ask to be excused, but we do have her administrative staff on the line with us here at this time. So with that, I will go ahead and ask at this time for a motion and a second to hear the report.
Motion by Vice Chair.
Motion made by Vice Chair Otto. So can I get a second?
Delegate James, second.
Delegate Vince James seconds the motion. So with that, we do have Stephen Atsidi, who is on the line. Mr. Atsidi, just as a reminder, you can have up to 2 agents to help assist you with presenting to the Law and Order Committee. We will go ahead and give you 20 minutes on the clock. Normally we give 15 minutes with an additional 5 minutes at request. But because this is an important issue, we'll go ahead and give you 20 minutes to present your information. If you, during that time, you can call upon your agent. I will ask everyone who is listening in on the line to make sure that their phone is on mute. Anytime your phone is not on mute, you're interrupting the work and the business of the Navajo Nation and the Law and Order Committee. And it also is a little bit annoying as a presenter when you have to pause to make sure that the person who hasn't muted their phone gets muted. So please make sure everyone look at your phone, make sure that you are on mute at this time. We don't want to mute everybody because if we do that, then we wind up having to mute the presenter and we lose information. So with that, Mr. Atsidi, I will say that if your phone is not muted, we will hang up on you. So Sherelle, I know you are a co-host for this meeting. If you could make sure that whoever is not muted, that you hang up on them and they can call right back in again. But we need to make sure that the presentation that we're hearing today is not interrupted and that we get all the information that we need at this time. Mr. Atsidi, you have presented to this committee before. Before I turn the floor over to you to present, are there any questions on the procedures?
Madam Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly.
I have no questions about the guidance for proceedings.
Thank you, Mr. Atsidi. So with that, Lorraine, if you can go ahead and start the clock, we'll go ahead and give Mr. Atsidi 20 minutes on the clock right now to present information. Again, Mr. Atsidi, you can call upon 2 agents. And for the record, we do have Delegate Edmund Yazzie, who has joined the call. Good morning, Mr. Yazzie, Delegate Yazzie.
Morning, Madam Chair, members and staff and everyone. I'm on call.
So with that, Mr. Atsidi, since you don't have any questions, the floor is yours.
Chair Stephen Brian Atsidi, Administrative Director of the Courts within the Navajo Nation Judicial Branch. Otto Dona and Gleaning Edish yeah. Sort me Edish Che Otto Twittertini Edishanella. We are in the process of documents to support this oral report to the Law and Order Committee this morning. On behalf of the Navajo Nation Judicial Branch, I would like to first provide my thank you and for all the support to our Law and Order Committee, Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, Vice Chair Otto So, Delegate Vince James, Delegate Eugene So, and Delegate Edmund Yazzie. You have been supportive of the judicial branch's request for resources on many occasions, and you have been listening to our concerns, and you have been working with us as we've gone through this long process, specifically regarding the American Rescue Plan Act, in particular the fiscal recovery funds portion of it, where the Navajo Nation was in receipt of over $2 billion to help with recovery actions and providing resources to various needs across the Navajo Nation, both within the government and all the way down to the grassroots level. We want to thank you for all that support. And we are going to discuss in a short amount of time the impact that the judicial branch expects as a result of the passage of legislation 0086-22 last week. And in regards to the actions taken, there was an attempt to have the judicial branch have its proposed budgets amended to the legislation, but it was not completed. And as you all know, the action on the legislation and the results were that the judicial branch's proposed request for funds was not included. And there's a memo that I sent and several other documents that are attached to it that I've asked Ms. Spencer to distribute to the members of the committee. There is one correction in one of the documents that we wanted to make, and so the one that's labeled feedback, I need to ask Ms. Spencer if she can hold off on sending that one forward, and we need to get her a revised one. But there is a memo, there is a chart with graphs that depict the activities of case hearings and case filings for the past 4.5-5 years, from 2017 to 2022, June of last month. And then there is a listing of all of the positions that were included in our request for funds from the ARPA FRF pot of money. And so I wanted to just go through the memo very quickly. It does include basically the report to the Law and Order Committee. Madam Chair, I will have a couple of court administrators available. They are on the line. I will ask a couple of them at the appropriate time to speak on the matter of their perspective on what we're looking forward at this point in time from within the judicial branch in terms of ongoing recovery efforts and our ongoing expansion of services and our goal to get back to what we call full capacity. So let me again remind everybody that Ms. Karen Francis will be sending an email to Ms. Laureen Spencer for one of the documents that's attached to this memo that we wanted to just make sure we got a more updated version. Karen, if you're on the line, can you send that to Ms. Spencer with an explanation about which one to change out? I would appreciate that very much. But as we move forward, let me just remind everybody, our Chief Justice did reach out to Madam Chair, and she has asked me to be the lead for today's report, and that's already been established. So thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee, for this accommodation for the judicial branch and to allow me to be the lead agent today. We did, turning now to the substance of this report, the expected impacts of not receiving any ARPA FRF support. We understood that this period of use of these funds was going to last from now until December 2024. And in that period of time, we are in the process of recovering from many of the impacts of this coronavirus global pandemic, which we are still in. We have already started much of the work to prepare our facilities. Number one, to protect our staff, all of our personnel, and we're making preparations so that very soon we will be allowing the public to return for in-person services. And so the process is ongoing at every judicial branch facility. We're looking forward to very soon making those decisions to essentially unlock the doors. I also want to point out, as we've stated many times, that while the doors were locked to the public, there were still staff inside from the very onset of the pandemic to today, continuing to process matters brought to the courts and to our programs, the peacemaking program and probation and parole services. We never shut down the branch. We maintained essential services levels. We identified court cases that were statutorily required. There was no way that we could get out of not responding to certain court cases. And so since March of 2020 to March of 2022, we have been in essential services mode, and we have maintained operations by converting many of our processes to online, using the internet or using the telephone for telephonic communications with our clients and holding hearings via the telephone. And while that has not been the best method for many of the folks out there needing court services, that is how we have addressed the ongoing need to address cases and to move forward, providing these much needed services. Of course, the list of essential cases was reduced to about 9 different types of cases, including any cases that arose from enforcement of rules that were put in place by the pandemic, most notably any curfew violations. So that was a new type of case that we included in essential services. But as a result of moving to essential services, that created the need to identify the non-essential cases and to put them on the schedule, but put them at a later date, often continuing or scheduling them into the future. And that essentially, that action in doing that for over 2 years has created a workload that is attributed to the global pandemic. Often that is referred to as a case backlog. And of course, we went through a waiting game of waiting for guidance to be clarified by the federal government on ARPA funds. And we were happy to receive that information in June of 2021 by the U.S. Treasury that allowed, specifically it addressed the allowance and the deeming of court case backlog as an eligible use of ARPA FRF funds. So that was fully clarified, and we used that to fashion and finalize our budgets in requesting for resources from ARPA FRF. By the time we got to a final set of budgets, which we did submit in late December of 2021 for eligibility determination by the Navajo Nation Department of Justice, we had about 104 new positions in that initial budget request. And those were deemed as eligible projects by Navajo Department of Justice. And that's what we moved forward with initially. And as you are aware, by April, there was a legislation that was numbered 0257-21, which we were successful in getting an amendment to, and that request was included in that. It was at an amount of about $27 million. As you recall, that bill did not meet the required number of votes to pass. It was failed by one vote in April. And so as a result, we participated in the follow-up action, and we prepared another budget which made adjustments and revised the amount of our request. We reduced the number of positions that we needed from 104 positions to 58, and the total amount of our revised budget request for ARPA FRF dollars came down to $15.7 million. And that is what Madam Chair and members of the LOC were assisting with and pushing forward in an attempt to get it included in legislation 0086-22. We did have some promising work that was done in May at the Navajo Committee, but that was not able to stand because of the rules of the Navajo Nation Council and Navajo Committee, and so we were left with trying to get these amendments in from that point forward on the legislation that was being worked on, and there was a favorable action taken, but then it was withdrawn again. And so, as you know, it was never included in the final enacted version, the final passage of 0086-22 in the Navajo Nation Council. So these 58 positions, the new positions that we were looking to have within the judicial branch, we knew that we would have them for a span of about 2 years. We were looking at the needs of the district courts and the probation program. These budget proposals were developed by the district courts themselves, the court administrators working with their staff and with their judge. They developed these budget requests, and they worked with my staff in the administrative offices to make sure that all of the information in our budgets comported and complied with all the applicable Treasury guidance. So we did a good job of putting these proposals developed by the districts and compiling them into one packet that would represent the judicial branch's funding request. The positions are critical to the operations of the Navajo Nation courts. The positions range from document techs, judicial hearing officers, additional court clerks. In the probation program, the need for report writers so that pre-sentence reports and other reports that are ordered by judges could be timely responded to and issued. And then, of course, a host of other administrative support positions. There is a list of these 58 positions that I included. I did not, I pulled them out of all of the individual budgets. So that is the list of the positions. These again, all of these positions were designed and developed to help address the court case backlog. And of course, this was an eligible use of the funds as determined by the U.S. Treasury. So when we get to what we were hoping to achieve with these positions, I'd like you to take a look at the charts that I have attached. There are I believe, 4 pages of different charts. The first chart is a chart showing different lines, and these are the cases that were filed into our court system, going all the way back to 2017. If you have an ability to look at these and you have color images, 2017 is the green line, 2018 is a purple line, 2019 is the orange line. Those 3 trend lines, or those 3 data lines, depict the activity prior to the pandemic, and they show the activity ranging in terms of the number of cases filed, all above or around 1,500 cases a month, all the way up to a high of about 23,000 or 2,300 cases in 2019, in the month of I think it's April or March. But that is our trend prior to the pandemic. And then, of course, the red line on that initial page shows a dramatic decrease in cases filed at the onset of the pandemic in March of 2020. You see that in March, it started to reflect around about 1,100 cases, and then in April, as the pandemic fully took hold, filings dropped down to 507 cases, and to an all-time low of 298 in May of 2020. From that point on, it started to resume and go upward. And by the time we get to the end of the first year of the first calendar year of the pandemic, we're back up around 1,500 cases being filed. And as we continue into 2021, which is the blue line, you'll see that the case filing has not yet returned back to pre-pandemic levels. It's in the middle between the red line and the other lines that are at the top of the chart. And then the black line, if you take a look at it, it's right in the middle, showing case filing activity ranging from 1,000 cases up to 1,500. It has not really gone back above 1,500 cases. So we're in that range for 2020 in the thousands, from 1,000 to 1,500 cases a month being filed. The next page shows hearings in response to the cases being filed. And here you see an even better depiction of what was happening prior to the pandemic, the impact of the pandemic, and then how we're moving forward with essential services. And hopefully now we are looking to even go beyond essential services. This year in April of 2022, Chief Justice Jane issued a renewed administrative order, and we are no longer operating in essential services. Every judge now has discretion to hear all cases, and we were hoping and we were looking forward to seeing an increase in the hearing activity and the case filing. So the use of the ARPA FRF funds were expected to help support all of that increased work. So all of those new 58 positions were going to be supporting what we would expect to see in the numbers in terms of overall case filings across all case types, and our ability then to respond with court actions, scheduling more court hearings, and to begin driving those numbers back upwards towards what would be the pre-pandemic levels. So that is the first two pages of those graphs that show, number one, that the courts never closed, that the courts did have a dramatic decrease at the onset of the pandemic, but that over the last 2 years we have been struggling to bring those numbers up higher and higher, and that we're now poised to continue to do that work, and that we would have really benefited from having the ARPA FRF dollars with these new positions to help bring those numbers back up and address the backlog where it exists within our branch. The other two pages of these graphs just show a different depiction in terms of the numbers above, just in bar graph form. So that is the last information that I wanted to make sure. I know that Madam Chair has seen these figures before, and we updated her with this chart last week as she was attempting to get our legislation amended to include the judicial branch request. So at this point, with my remaining time, I'd like to request one of my agents to give the perspective from the district court level, and if Ms. Lavon Yazzie is available and on the line, I'd like to ask her to take some time and discuss as a representative of the court administrators and from the district level. Madam Chair?
Mr. Adsity, I'm sorry, you used up the entire 20 minutes. We gave you an additional time to complete your report, so I'm sorry, your time is up.
Okay, well, in response to any questions, would I still be able to have additional agents?
Yes. So with that,
Okay,
committee
thank-
members, are there any, the report has been provided to us here at this time by Mr. Stephen Adsity, along with graphs and chart that has detailed information regarding what the court is seeing in terms of caseload. Are there any questions at this time for Mr. Adsity or for the judicial branch? Mr. Adsity, I do have a couple of questions I'd like to ask you. Chair Otto, so can you take the chair for a little bit?
Yes, Madam Chair, we'll go ahead and take the helm here. Madam Chair, you have the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Mr. Adsity, I'm looking at your graphs. Thank you for sharing that with us. And we do see that dramatic decrease that is happening, that happened in 2020. We also see where there was kind of a steady caseload in 2017 and then an increase in 2018. Now in 2022, we, there is a dramatic decrease that has occurred in terms of what we saw with the regular caseload in 2017, 2018, and also 2019. My question is, and I don't see it in the graphs, but I want to know what kind of cases are you guys currently, like what is the large amount of cases that you guys are having to deal with? Is it criminal cases, civil cases? If it's criminal, what are you seeing across the board as being some of the top charges that are being filed by the prosecutor's office? If it's civil, what cases are you seeing in your civil courts? Specifically, I want to know how many probate cases you currently have in your backlog cases and those that are being filed. So if I can get those questions answered, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Moving down, committee members, any other questions for the judicial branch? Going once, twice, and three times. Mr. Adsity, your response. You have the floor.
Thank you, Pro Tem Chair. Otto. So, Madam Chair, in response to your question, there are. Let me just ask you to look at the last page of those graphs. There is a graph labeled total cases and hearings, and it divides up these cases within the judicial branch system into three areas: EV cases, traffic, civil cases, and then all of the other cases. All the other cases is the highest case number pre-pandemic, and then everything shifted as the pandemic came on in 2020. And so the probate cases would be contained in the blue bar on each of these years. And for additional information and response of all of these case types and the activity, I would like to ask a couple of the share their perspective, more detailed information about these particular cases. Madam Chair, can you still hear me? Got muted,
Yes.
so perfect.
Yes,
We can hear you, Mr. City.
505 ending in 238 that keeps, sounds like they're doing work. If you guys could, Sherelle, take control.
Proceed, Mr. City.
Okay. So if Ms. Lavon Yazzie from the Kayenta Judicial District is on the line with us, in terms of the case activity and the number of cases, as an of what's happening, I'd like her to share her perspective in responding to Madam Chair's question. Ms. Lavon Yazzie, are you on the line? And you may have to press *6 if you need to.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello. Good.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Ms.
Okay.
Yazzie.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Law and Order Committee. As the question is raised on the type of cases that have been filed with the courts, as you know, I'm preparing for presentation before the NABI committee for funding of our building. And with that, I've been working on statistics as to justify why it is that we need a new building. In the process, I recently assembled criminal cases filed for the fiscal year 2021. And with that, in looking at the overall spectrum of cases filed with the courts, yes, the charts do show that the criminal cases had decreased throughout the pandemic. And these are, I'm talking to criminal cases. I think that's one of the highest cases we have besides the traffic criminal cases, which are directly filed with the courts by the police department. But as far as criminal cases, what I've seen, the highest number of cases that's been filed with the court, and especially with our district, for fiscal year 2021, we had 637 cases filed, and the next third highest cases was Shiprock with 517, Crown Point with 400, and Chinle with 389 cases. And of the cases filed, the highest number was for battery of a family member. And I see that as the trend as to the number of highest cases. Post-pandemic, usually you see public intoxication as one of the highest cases being filed. But from what I'm seeing, it's this battery of a family member, and these cases are pretty weighted. It takes a while of judicial time to process these. And as far as family civil cases, there has been an upward trend as far as probate cases. And as far as the backlog, as far as Kayenta is concerned, I think we're at 11%, which is pretty low. The reason being is that throughout the pandemic, our district heard all cases, not just essential cases, realizing that the pandemic had a real big impact on families that lost loved ones. And with the CARES Act and then the ARPA funding with with the Navajo Nation members receiving the benefits. They had to have corrected names. They had to identify certain legal documents that had to be processed. So realizing that, we kept going on those particular cases, knowing how important it is for people to file their probate cases, name change, and guardianship, especially where families have lost parents and the other family members are stepping up to plate to process guardianship cases. So that, I believe, the courts are attempting, especially now with the complaints that has been made known to the LOC that people's case has been delayed, but I think we're putting every bit of effort into to address those matters. And as far as domestic violence cases, those have been on the increase, and I think it kind of goes hand in hand with the battery of a family member. The filings, they kind of correlate because at the same time they file protection orders. But as far as the cases that are being filed for criminal and traffic criminal, those are initiated by the prosecutor's office, and that was beyond our control. It was their filing. But if you take a look at the family court cases, those have been steady right along with the domestic violence cases, where it's on a slight increase, where it's a party-driven case. And then as far as traffic cases, those are filed directly with by the police officers. So that's what I have to speak on what's been going on at the courts. And for the positions that are being asked, it is very much needed. And just to give you an example of why, our judicial hearing officer in Kayenta, she got sick a couple of weeks ago, and I shouldn't disclose this, but she had COVID. So she didn't have anybody to cover her cases. Our judges had her cases the same day. So she came into one of the offices next door despite being sick. She heard those cases. And with these extra positions, it would really help in addressing these cases before the court. And the staff is just the same. If people get sick or if a district goes down, we have to help one another. And my staff calls me the Tuba City Court Clerk, because when they go down, I help them with their docking and their court cases also. So that's pretty much what I have to report. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. City, for your response from the judicial branch. Any other question for the judicial branch at this time? Not hearing anything.
Vice
What?
Chair Otso.
Madam Chair, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Red City. I'm looking at the documents that you sent me, and I don't know if maybe I'm not looking at the right document, but you said that there was a breakdown with the cases and which cases were being heard. I do have the graph, the green, black, blue, purple, orange, and red that shows the case filed, and then also the hearings held, along with the total cases filed. And then you have your total cases and hearings 2017, 2022. I also have the proposed positions under judicial branch ARPA FRF request, which details each one of the administrative or each one of the judicial districts and which positions were supposed to be funded, in addition to the memo that was sent by the judicial branch on July 5th, 2022. What I don't see is, and then I also have right in front of me the impact on courts and programs. What I don't see in here is, and perhaps I heard it wrong, the the top cases that are being filed. So maybe if you could resend that document. But in addition to that, what I would like to know is, on average, looking at your chart here, on average, you did have it looks like your highest number of cases that were being filed in 2019 with between February and March at 2,357 cases. My question is, prior to COVID, what was the timeline in hearing a case? And then during COVID, what was the timeline for hearing a case? And then now that we are coming out of COVID, what is the timeline for hearing a case? The reason why I'm asking you that question is because, as was stated by your court administrator, with criminal cases, there was a decrease in the number of criminal cases that were being filed, but battery of a family member is the top case that is being filed there in the Kansas district. My guess is with each district, it's going to be different in the number of cases that are being filed with criminal cases, and then also with your civil cases, your probate cases, your guardianship cases, and other matters before the court that deal with civil cases. But I guess what I'm trying to figure out, like, timeline, what are we seeing? Are we seeing in 2019, like, the average timeline for a case was 3 months, and then during COVID turned into 6 months, and now the aftermath of COVID is a year? If you could kind of paint a picture for me and tell me, what is the timeline? Again, prior to COVID, during COVID, and now as we're starting to come out of COVID, what that timeline is. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good question. Mr. City, you have the floor. Thank you.
Vice Chair, so again, Madam Chair, thank you for your question. As you mentioned in asking your question, the information will reflect, in terms of an average time frame for the different case types, it will reflect some differences across all of our district courts, primarily due to staffing levels. As you are aware, some of our courts are supposed to have more than one judge, and they've been operating even before the pandemic with just one judge on the bench. And in some of our courts, we do have a judge covering at least two districts, such as Alamo and Tohadule. And the staffing prior to the pandemic was fairly stable. So, for many of the cases, there was an ability to maintain a fairly consistent time frame. I do know that some of the cases that are in our backlog are prior to the pandemic. And if you look at all of our case statistics, at the end of every quarter, there is that column of cases that are labeled pending. And so we have on record a case backlog which was in place before the pandemic, and the variety of timelines, or the difference of timelines and timeframes for each case type, it'd be somewhat difficult to just put that all into an average number. And I know that we've been looking inside our JustWare case management system to try and pull out and put some numbers to this effect. But all I can think to ask is to get some assistance from one of our court administrators to talk about the pre-pandemic timeframe for say DV cases, because we've been tracking DV cases even through the pandemic. So at this point, the the average time frame, there's not a number that I have on hand. But if I can ask again for some perspective from the district court level, and ask Ms. LaVon Yazzie if there are, in terms of her recollection of what some of these cases were taking in terms of the time frame before the pandemic, we can try and get a handle, at least on a couple of case types. Ms. Yazzie, are you still with us?
Ms. Yazzie, you have the floor.
Good morning again. Thank you, Chair. As far as the question, timelines for cases before the courts, there is a case management policy from, believe it or not, 1999 that's still in place. With that, the criteria for criminal cases, if it's not contested and if the defendant is served, they're supposed to be closed within 30 days. Now, if it's a complex case or if it's contested, we have up to 180 days. But the problem that we're seeing with the criminal cases at this time with the pandemic is with some of the delayed filing from the prosecutor's office. These defendants that try to get in contact with the courts before their hearing dates, or they might show up at the court the day of their arraignment, and the complaints aren't filed with the courts. So eventually, later, maybe about a month or so down the road, when the complaints are filed, what the courts do is they process a criminal summons into the police department to serve the individuals as to give them notice as to when their arraignment date is, plus notice of the criminal complaint. So with that delay, it causes a backlog on these cases because the defendants aren't served, or if they're served, bench warrants are issued. And those bench warrants, if you look at the numbers, the majority of our criminal cases, especially for Kayenta, are bench warrant cases. I say it's about 67%. And the rest of them are awaiting service of process by the police department. So with that, I say the time on these criminal cases are pretty much double right now. For the ABA cases, which is the Chinebe-Hasani, on those cases, if there is an admission, the case management policy says within 60 days. And if it's contested, within 90 days. And with these juvenile cases, they are essential cases. So by virtue of the statute, those are the cases that have to be addressed immediately by the courts. So I think with those cases, we're pretty much meeting the timeline with the case management policy. The only problems that we've been running into with the dependency cases, if the parents are absent and they can't be found, we have to resort to given notices in the Navajo Times. I'm not sure if you noticed that. There are notices in Navajo Times to parents that can't be found to address some of these cases. So with those particular cases, you know, it can drag out for a year before there is a consent entered into the case. With the family and civil cases, the case management policy says that it needs to be addressed within 180 days. So one of the things that we're seeing with the pandemic is a lot of the individuals, the Navajo public that lost loved ones, they're attempting to file probate actions, guardianship cases through pro se documents, which means that they want to represent themselves. And majority of these are because that they can't afford the attorneys. So that takes extra time because seeing that they're not a member of the Navajo Nation Bar and they're representing themselves, it takes longer for them to absorb the process and to maybe to have advertisement in the Navajo Times, provide notices to other parties. So with that, some of those cases are being delayed, and then some go through really fast. Just as a good example, one day about 6 months ago, we had a full docket on family civil cases, and our judge heard about 8 cases, and by the end of the day, she came into my office and she was like, "Whew, I'm tired. This is a busy day." She goes, "Yes, I just had 8 hearings and issued 7 divorce decrees just now." So, this depends how it is. Name changes are easy, but there's some that are highly contested probate cases. Those take longer. So with 180 days with the pandemic, I say it's probably double in time on, I'd say maybe about 30% of them because of the pro se filings and notice issues. With domestic violence cases, the case management policy requires 45 days. And those are essential cases where once they're filed, they have to be heard within 15 days. But the problem we run into that also is service of process by the police department or the parties themselves. But the 45 days seems reasonable. I would say at the most about maybe 60 days before the cases are closed up. But majority, I think, do meet the 45-day timeline. So that's what I have to report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your response. Any additional questions to the judicial branch?
Vice Chair, this is Delegate Charles Newton again.
Okay, Madam Chair, you have the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I'm sorry, I was writing these notes down and I think I may have missed that. So it's 45 days is the average timeline, is that correct?
Judicial branch?
Madam
Chair, question?
45 days.
Okay.
45 days for domestic violence response. That's. Go ahead, Levon.
Yeah, you just answer my question.
Okay, thank you very much. 45 days is the timeline for that process for that filing process in the hearing process. Domestic violence. So, Madam Chair, any other questions for judicial branch?
Yes, Vice Chair. I also have another question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have the floor.
Thank you for that. It has come to light that there's actually, I believe, 70 probate cases that are currently in the court pending. And these probate cases affect bulking mine farmers. I know that many farmers have been reaching out, asking about their probate cases. And because a lot of these cases have not been resolved, it's difficult for the person who's taking over the farm to be properly represented in the Gold King mine spill. And that has been all over on the news. So with your probate cases, how many cases do you currently have backlogged? And then what is the time frame for your probate cases? Thank you.
Judicial branch, Mr. City, you have the floor. Answer the question. Judicial branch going once. Judicial
Mr.
branch going twice. Okay, Mr. City, you have the floor.
Shananta, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. We can hear you.
Okay. We did a review of some of these backlogs last year when we were revising our ARPA requests, and when we were really focusing in on the court backlog. And I am looking for the file that depicts the probate number at that point. I believe it was around December. I don't have that information right at the tip of my fingers, Madam Chair. It's in. I'm scrolling through my computer right now, looking to find that chart. But we do have the backlog, which contains pre-pandemic cases as well as probate, the 70 that you mentioned that have been filed more recently. I'm sorry that I'm having a little bit more difficulty right now on the spot pulling that chart up at this moment. If I can request to send that information to you later today, that's what I would request at this time.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. City. Maybe send that information to Lorraine, then Lorraine can get that information out to the committee. So we have a number of backlog information pertaining to the probate through the pandemic, during the pandemic. Any other question for judicial branch?
Vice Chair, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Madam Chair, you have the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair. It's not so much a question, but a comment. So one of the issues as a council delegate is when we don't have the information in front of us, we're not able to ask the right questions. And so right now, I just was really hoping to hear, like how the court not getting any ARPA money is going to be affected. And to me, based on the presentation, and then also based on the fact that a lot of these statistics are not really readily available, we are being broadcasted on the World Wide Web right now through Facebook. And so, I was really hoping to see from the court, how you guys were going to be affected. And it doesn't sound like you guys are going to be affected very much. And so I just want to say that, sending us the information after the report is being provided really doesn't help us as delegates with getting more information. I do know with the 70 probate cases that is going through the process right now that's not being addressed. I'm also aware as chair of the Law and Order Committee, the many complaints that we get against the Navajo Nation courts because cases are not being heard. We also heard during the pandemic that domestic violence cases were not being heard. At one point, I know that we did bring the court before us asking, how are you getting information to people who need to apply for, protection orders? And the response at that time that we got from the court was that it's available online. And many of our people don't have access to online services. But, I'm so sorry that you guys didn't get the funding through ARPA. But again, it also sounds like you guys won't be affected as much. So Vice Chair, I'm done asking questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for that. And with that, Any other questions from the delegates, committee members to the
Vice Chair,
to the judicial branch? Committee members, do you have any questions for the judicial branch at this time? Going once, twice, 3 times. All right, judicial branch, you have one more thing to bring up, and I'll allow you some time for that. Mr. Etsy, you have the floor.
Yeah, Pro-Tem Chair, Delegate Otto. So on the probate question, I did get some information to share. And again, I would like to ask Ms. Lavon Yazzie, I did find the file that we have, which was an internal review of some of the cases and the stages that they're at, and do have information on the probate, which we can update and submit. But there is information that Ms. Lavon Yazzie can also provide at this point in time. If it's okay to allow, again, Ms. Lavon Yazzie from Kayenta Judicial District to speak.
Thank you very much. One of my questions is, how come you didn't provide this into the full report? That's one of my questions, and it looks like judicial branch is piecemealing the information. And I wish that the report was all the information to be put together, to be presented to the committee. That would be very, very important, because as I look at my files here, it's what's emailed to us. It's just very different, many different files, and it sounds like it's just something that's just thrown together. So therefore, just would like to have you guys just be mindful of that next time. Try to get a comprehensive report together, so that, or we're not going all over the place. And to have everything in place, because you know that this report was pertaining to ARPA and how much speaking to the funds that you guys didn't receive. And Lavon, you have the floor.
Thank you, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate it. Looking at the numbers, I just ran our report on JustWare. Right now, currently with the judicial branch, as far as domestic relations, family court matters, we have total pending 2,866 cases. And of that, the highest number is in divorce, which is at 495. And the second highest is probate, 483 cases, so which is 17% of what's pending right now. The only thing I don't have is the pending of the age of these cases, but I'm just giving you numbers as far as, where probate sits in our overall family court cases. And then another interesting number is the quiet title. We have 232 cases, which is 9% of the overall cases pending. So the highest number as far as what's pending is divorce, and then followed by probate. But as I mentioned before, on probate matters, depending if they have attorneys or not, or if they're filing pro se, pursuant to the case management policy, the average time allowed is 180 days. So that's the numbers I have for you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, is there any additional last minute questions for judicial branch at this time?
Vice Chair, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Madam Chair, you have the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I'm sorry, Yvonne. So you said there was 495 divorce cases, 483 probate cases, for 17% of what is currently pending. And then you said the average is 180 days. Is that the average timeline to hear the case? Or is that the average timeline to hear the case prior to COVID? Or is that the average timeline after COVID? What do you mean by average of 180 days? Can you clarify that a little bit more? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam.
Judicial Branch, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The 180 days that I cite is from the case management policy that sets the timeline, and that's before the pandemic. And the response that I gave due to the delayed filings, not delayed filings, but the filings made by pro se litigants, I believe, has highly increased. And with the backlog, I would tend to think that the 180 days is probably pretty much around 260 days at this point. Not quite that same timeline, because each court is different. If you file in Kayenta, you're going to have a different timeline as opposed to another filing in a different district. It just all depends on how they're moving their cases along. They've all varied. I do, as I mentioned before, I am working on numbers in pursuit of our building, and I do have a separate sheet that shows how the districts are handling the family court cases, and that shows how many cases that were closed by each district, the type of cases, and I can share that with you if you like. So that's what I have, but the 180 days is post-pandemic, but at this point, I would estimate probably about 240 days. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that response pertaining to Madam Chair's question. Steve, you have the floor.
Just to clarify, 180 days was pre-pandemic, correct, Lavon? And now during the pandemic, it has expanded to about 240 days approximately, the average time for probate.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you very much for that response. Madam Chair, does that answer your question?
Yeah, it kind of does, Vice Chair. I think what I was hoping to get from this report is really what are we looking at in terms of timeline, because the bottom line is the court is not getting any ARPA money. And this is going to affect the services that are being provided to our Navajo people. And I know here in my northern agency, everything is about probate cases. And we have heard cases, involving, the timeline that's needed for probate cases. In fact, as a committee, we did receive an email last week from Mr. Patrick Atakai, who came before this court, or who came before this committee back on September 22nd, 2021, to talk about his probate case and how long it's taking for the court to address the issue. What I'm worried about right now in the court, the court administration really is not, they're not being forthcoming right now with the way that services are going to be affected. And to me right now, listening to Mr. Stephen Atsidi, it sounds like the court is not going to be affected. So maybe I just kind of created this illusion in my mind that, the backlog of cases were going to be affected because they're not getting ARPA money. We did give the court the opportunity to provide a full report to us this morning here at Law and Order Committee to talk about how services would be affected. And it doesn't sound like it's going to be affected at all. So I want to just thank the committee for listening to the report. I think that we were able to get a clear answer right now from the court administration and also from the judicial branch, Vice Chair Otto. So I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. For that, committee members, do you have any other questions to the judicial branch at this time? Not hearing anything at this time. Going to go ahead and move forth with roll call vote. Sherelle, proceed with roll call vote.
Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Madam Chair Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Vice Chair Otto So, you have 2 in favor, 1 opposed, and 2 not voting, Vice Chair.
Thank you very much. Motion carries. 2 in favor, 1 opposed, and Vice Chair not voting. With that, go on next item on the agenda. I'm going to go ahead and give the gavel back over to Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair. So with that, committee members, we move forward to the next item on the agenda. We do have a report from Michelle T. Jones, Acting Executive Director for the Navajo Nation Gaming Regulatory Office regarding small bingo games and raffles on the Navajo Nation. Committee members, can I get a motion and a second to hear this report, please?
Motion by Vice Chair.
Motion made by Vice Chair Otto. So can I get a second?
I'll second, Madam Chair, this segment.
Second by Delegate Edmund Yazzie. So with that, Ms. Jones, are you currently on the line?
Yes, Madam Chair, I am here.
Thank you, Ms. Jones, for being on the line. You have been called upon by the Law and Order Committee to provide us a report on the small bingo games and the raffles on the Navajo Nation. This was actually a request made from your office to be on the committee. At this time, I believe that there was some reports that have been sent to the committee. Lorraine, can you verify that those reports have been sent?
Yes, Madam Chair, I sent it out.
When did you send them out, Lorraine?
Let me check, hold on.
Madam Chair, I received them through the email, so I have them.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair, for confirming. Can you tell us what time it was sent out?
Madam Chair, I sent it on July 5th at 8:32 a.m.
At 8:32 a.m. this morning?
Yeah, and I think I did one to Saturday, I think it was.
Lorraine, I did get an email from you at 8:29. Is that the report that that you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, so with that, the email was forwarded from Mark C. Graham. So we'll go ahead and we'll proceed from there.
It's from Michelle Jones.
Okay, the one that I got was from Mr. Graham. But we'll go ahead and we'll search through our email to find that report. So Ms. Jones, right now you will have 20 minutes to present to the Law and Order Committee. You can call upon 2 agents during that time to help you with your presentation. Upon completion, the floor will be turned back over to the delegates to ask questions based on the report that you provided to us here today. During this time, I'd like to remind everyone to make sure that their phone is on mute. Anytime there is disruption from people who are listening in, that disrupts the work that is being done on behalf of the Law and Order Committee and on behalf of the Navajo Nation and the Navajo people. So I'd like to remind you to make sure that your phone is muted. If you are not muted, Sherelle, please hang up on the number that is not muted. And if they want, they can join us back in on that call. So with that, Ms. Jones, do you have any questions regarding the procedure at this time?
No, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. So with that, Lorraine, if you can go ahead and start the clock. You have 20 minutes to present your information to the Law and Order Committee. Ms. Jones, the floor is yours.
Madam Chair, appreciate it. Good morning at Ebene, Madam Chair, Charles Newton, and members of the Law and Order Committee. I appreciate you being able to hear my presentation and allow me to do a report presentation to the Law and Order Committee regarding small bingo games and raffles on the Navajo Nation. What I can do, if it's okay, we can share my screen, and actually one of my staff, Cheryl Walker, she is able to share the screen and have the presentation.
No, we normally don't give control to people outside the Law and Order Committee. If you want to go ahead and send that information, our staff can put it up on the screen. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Sherelle?
Yeah, I can go ahead and share screen that. I have it on my desktop now.
Thank you, Sherelle. Go ahead, Ms. Jones.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you. I have a presentation. It's about 52 slides long, but I know with the time limit, I'll go ahead and just kind of go through all the major parts that I wanted to discuss and provide to. My name is Michelle Jones. I am the Acting Executive Director for the Navajo Nation Gaming Regulatory Office. I'm originally from Rock Point, Arizona. I grew up between Kayenta, Arizona and Rock Point, and I currently live in Sanders, Arizona, and I work here in Window Rock. I've been with the Gaming Regulatory Office for 4.5 years now. Prior to that, I used to be with the Division of Social Services, so been pretty much majority of my career has been with the Navajo Nation government. The first, next slide. The purpose of my presentation is, of course, to introduce my office, the Navajo Nation Gaming Regulatory Office. Not many people know about our office. We're kind of in a little bit behind the scenes. So I just kind of wanted to be able to bring more information about that. I also wanted to give information regarding small bingo games and raffles on the Navajo Nation and bring awareness on the Navajo Nation Gaming Ordinance, which is the gaming laws of the Navajo Nation, and the Navajo Nation Tribal Gaming Regulations, which at this point we are working on revising. And I want to include how to legally operate a gaming operation on the Navajo Nation. Next slide. Just giving some brief definitions before we get started. I just want to know, because I'll be using some of these terms that would be helpful. Gaming activity means all forms of Class 2 and Class 3 gaming conducted on the territorial jurisdiction of the nation. And then the game of chance means a game whose outcome is strongly influenced by some randomizing device. Next slide. Now, more information about my office. Who are we? We are the regulatory body with civil authority of all gaming activities happening within the Navajo Nation. We are established under Title V of the Navajo Nation Code at subsection 2009. We are within the executive branch of the Navajo Nation government with under the Office of the President and Vice President. We have legislative oversight by the Resource Development Committee and the Navajo Nation Council. And all of NNGROs identify as an independent regulatory agency of the Navajo Nation
and shall not be subject to political direction or influence from any political official or public employee of the Navajo Nation. Some additional information is that any employee or independent contractor of the NNGRO is not permitted to game in any of the gaming operations with Navajo Nation, whether it be in the casinos or any bingos or charitable bingos or so forth happening on the Navajo Nation. We are also responsible for the development and issuance of the gaming regulations regarding all gaming activities on the Navajo Nation, in particularly Class 2 and Class 3. Just a quick organizational setup regarding how an NGRO is set up. Next slide. We have an executive director who oversees the office. We have an administration department. We also have a compliance and training department. And then most of our regulatory responsibilities happens within our enforcement department, licensing department, and surveillance department. Next slide. Our enforcement department, all our staff are located at the Navajo Nation casinos. They ensure compliance with the Navajo Gaming Ordinance, tribal state compacts, and gaming regulations. They also ensure protection of Navajo Nation gaming assets. So these are the boots that are on the floor. They actually are inside the casino and on the gaming floor, and they oversee to make sure that all the internal controls are complied with, such as procedures and policies, compacts, and so forth. And then our surveillance department, all the staff are also again located at all the Navajo Nation casinos. They are the ones that are behind the cameras. They're the ones who observe through the screen and watching the gaming floor and other activities through a surveillance camera system. Most of the responsibilities are the same between the enforcement surveillance department. Right. We also have a licensing department. This department is responsible for the administration and issuance of gaming license to prospective vendors and employees. So they do all the background checks for all potential employees and vendors who are going to be doing business or working within a gaming operation. I also have a compliance and training department. They're responsible for the coordination of the administrative compliance of the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act, Gaming Ordinance, tribal state compacts between the Gaming Regulatory Office, the gaming facilities, and other regulatory offices. Slide. Mainly our regulatory responsibilities, why we regulate. We ensure all gaming activities conducted on the Navajo Nation are of the highest standards of honesty and integrity. We protect the assets of the Navajo Nation gaming industry. We maintain the public's confidence and trust in gaming activities on the Navajo Nation. We also enforce health and safety to protect the patrons, employees at a gaming facility, and we ensure the nation's compliance with all applicable state and federal and tribal laws. What we regulate the Class 2 and Class 3 gaming activities on the Navajo Nation, which includes those engaged in gaming activities such as the gaming employees, gaming facilities, and gaming facility operators. Next slide. Other gaming regulatory agencies we work closely with is the National Indian Gaming Commission, the Arizona Department of Gaming, and the New Mexico Gaming Control Board. Now, bingo. Some information about bingo. In general, bingo is defined as a game of chance in which each player has one or more cards printed with differently numbered squares on which to place markers when the prospective numbers are drawn and announced by a caller. The first player to mark a complete row or other pattern of numbers is the winner. So this is mostly what everybody is familiar with, you know, the bingo cards, the ones that they use the dabbers, and then the ones that have that cover the numbers. So this is what the most popular is. So this is what we're going to discuss. Next slide. Playing bingo in the Navajo Nation. What are the common ones? At home with family and friends during gatherings such as Christmas, birthdays, other family gatherings. Bingo at any of the 4 Navajo casinos. They do only offer bingo. Right now, they don't offer bingo because of the COVID restrictions. But most popular, it was always offered at the Fire Rock in Church Rock, New Mexico. Bingo at the local chapter house or someone's homestead with other players, and social media bingo, such as on Facebook. This is actually really another big item, so we'll get back to this one later, as it's kind of a monster on its own, and we can talk about that at a much later time. Next slide. Number 3, this is the one I really wanted to talk about, was bingo at the local chapter house or someone's homestead with other players. Why is this significant? This is classified as Class 2 gaming according to the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act, when it has the following 3 elements. It has 1, which is consideration. You have to pay to play. 2, there's chance. The winner is chosen at random. There's no skill to play. And number 3, there's a prize to the winner. Like the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act. What is IGRA? It was enacted by the United States Congress on October 17, 1988 to regulate the conduct of gaming on Indian lands. It also established the National Indian Gaming Commission and the regulatory structure for Indian gaming in the United States. The NIGC is responsible for enforcing the compliance of IGRA, and within IGRA, it establishes 3 classes of gaming. They call it Class 1, Class 2, and Class 3. Class 2 gaming means the game of chance, commonly known as bingo, whether or not electronic, computer, or other technological aids are used. I'm not going to really go through a whole lot of this information here, but just kind of in a nutshell, it says that it's a game where you have to cover all the numbers. The first person to cover all their numbers is the winner. There is where some people play it with some electronic helps, but once you start to use it as like in a machine where they're no longer playing with other players, then it goes into a whole different meaning. But right now, it just pretty much says that there is that it's the first person to cover a whole arrangement of numbers is the winner. Next slide. Class 1 gaming is defined as social games solely for prizes of minimal value or traditional forms of Indian gaming engaged in by individuals as part of or in connection with tribal ceremonies or celebrations. Class 3 gaming is defined as means all forms of gaming that are not Class 1 or Class 2 gaming. These are subject to the requirements of the applicable tribal state gaming compact. Slide. IGRA allows, when you have Class 2 and Class 3 gaming with any of the tribes, there's 5 uses. They call it the use of net revenues. There's number 1, this is in context of using it in regards to Navajo Nation, to fund Navajo Nation government operations or programs. Number 2, to provide for general welfare of the Navajo Nation and its members. Number 3, to promote the Navajo Nation economic development. Number 4, to donate to charitable organizations. And number 5, to help fund the operations of local government agencies. Slide. And in order to have Class 2 and Class 3 gaming on the Navajo Nation, it all starts with a Navajo gaming ordinance. Next slide. So what the IGRA says in regards to having a gaming ordinance is that jurisdiction of Class 1 and Class 2 gaming activity. Class 1 gaming on Indian land is within the exclusive jurisdiction of the Indian tribe and shall not be subject to provisions of the chapter, meaning anything that's classified as Class 1, the IGRA does not apply to. Any Class 2 gaming on Indian land shall continue to be within the jurisdiction of the Indian tribe, but shall be subject to provisions of this chapter. So it has to apply the regulations. We have to have the regulations for the Class 2 gaming activity, the net revenue allocation. They have to have audits, any contracts. An Indian tribe may engage in or license and regulate Class 2 gaming on Indian lands within such tribe's jurisdiction if such Indian gaming is located within a state that permits such gaming for any purpose by any person, organization, or entity, and such gaming is not otherwise specifically prohibited on Indian lands by Indian law. B, the governing body of the Indian tribe adopts an ordinance or resolution which is approved by the chairman. A separate license issued by the Indian tribe shall be required for each place, facility, or location on Indian lands as such gaming is conducted. Next slide. And so this here is just what the gaming ordinance is. The first Navajo gaming ordinance was passed on October 16, 2001. They had major amendments back in 2018. And then it was approved by the NIGC on June 24, 2019, and then became effective on June 24, 2019. Next slide. And this is, the gaming ordinance can be found under Title V of the Navajo Nation Code under Chapter 10, ordinance for the regulation of gaming activities within the Navajo Nation. What it basically says is that orderly and honest conduct of gaming activities with the Navajo Nation will be vital importance to the economy of the Navajo Nation and to the general welfare of its members. The purpose is to maintain the highest standard of honesty and integrity in a gaming operation, public confidence and trust in the honesty and integrity of gaming activities, maximum reasonable economic return to the nation as the owner of game facilities within the Navajo Nation, and compliance with all applicable laws of the Navajo Nation and the United States, including but not limited to the IGRA and the compacts. The ordinance applies to Class 2 and Class 3 gaming on the Navajo Nation. Next slide. Here's just some more significant definitions. I'm not going to go through this all. Next slide. Again, just some more definitions. We did go through what gaming activity is, but I just kind of want to point out what gaming facility says in the ordinance. Means the buildings or structures licensed and approved by the NNGRO in which the gaming activities are conducted. Gaming facility operator means a Navajo Nation gaming enterprise, which is the wholly owned tribal enterprise or such other entity of the nation as the nation may from time to time designate as a wholly owned tribal entity having full authority and responsibility for the operation and management of Class 2 and Class 3 gaming activities, or such other person as the NNGRO may authorize to conduct small bingo or raffle in accordance to the IGRA and this ordinance. And gaming operation means any gaming activity conducted within a gaming facility. Next slide. Net revenue, I kind of went through that earlier. And then person just means any corporation, company, partnership, firm, association, or society, as well as a natural person. Slide. It does say in the Navajo Nation Gaming Ordinance that Navajo Nation has ownership of gaming activities. That the nation shall have sole propriety interest and responsibility of gaming operations except for Class 1 gaming, small bingo games and raffles, and lottery at a licensed Indian GE facility. And it does state that use of the net revenues, that all net revenues received by the nation from all gaming activities shall be utilized according to applicable Navajo Nation laws and IGRA, which are the 5 uses of net revenues. There also just specifically states that per capita payment shall not be distributed to Navajo Nation tribal members. Okay. Facility license, just that any place that there is going to be gaming activity, they must have a facility license. So it just says that no gaming activity will occur without the issuance of a facility license, and that the standards for issuance of a license, that they shall meet all the requirements prior to issuance of a facility license, such as the physical facility, gaming activity, staff, and equipping facility, management contracts, or management or facility follows requirements of the ordinance. And the standards are specifically written into the gaming regulations. Okay. So that brings us now to small bingo games and raffles. This is found at subsection 2081, that any person upon proper application to the NNGRO may conduct or operate a small bingo game or raffle within the territorial jurisdiction of the nation in accordance with the regulatory provisions of the IGRA and the 25 CFR and the regulations issued by NNGRO specifying the manner in which such games may be conducted. Okay? And so after the gaming ordinance, the IGRA requires that we have the development and implementation of a tribal gaming regulation. This is for the standards for Class 2 and Class 3 gamings on the Navajo Nation. Okay. So this is the tribal gaming regulations. The first tribal gaming regulations was promulgated in June of 2006. It was updated in September of 2015, and we are now in the process of revising it. This is going to include the internal controls on the standards of bingo. So the tribal gaming regulations were more specific to just at the casino. However, given that we have to include all gaming activities across Navajo Nation, this is going to include the ones about small bingo games and raffles. Next slide. Here's just a letter in response to the gaming ordinance that NIGC had. when this was sent to them for approval. This is public information. I did include the web link to where you can find this information. Next slide. I just kind of wanted to point out really quick what this letter says is that since here they're talking about sole propriety interests of the nation into all gaming activities, and that the nation needed to address what they call individually owned gaming. So, next slide. There was an area here where I highlighted it yellow as to what NIGC said. It says that we recommend that the next time the nation's ordinance is amended, it includes IGRA's individually owned gaming requirements. We further strongly recommend that the nation include the individually owned gaming requirements within its gaming regulations. Right? So here's the applicable citation of the IGRA when it comes to small gaming operations. So this applies to the small bingo games. That it's permitted as long as the tribe allows it, and that the Gaming Regulatory Authority, which would be my office, the NNGRO, develops and the operation complies with alternate procedures. So this would be the internal controls, the minimum internal control standards that we set up under our regulations. Next slide. And here it says that there's allowable for charitable gaming operations. Again, that it can be allowable, but all the proceeds are only for the benefit of the charitable organization. So kind of mainly what it means is like your 501c3, your nonprofit type of organizations. They say that this is allowable as long as, again, we develop the regulations for it and that they follow all their requirements under IGRA. They maintain records, they have bookkeeping, and that they protect the integrity of the games that are offered. Next slide. So they're going to be called independent operators. Slide. And here's who is an independent operator. Those that operate Class 2 bingo operation within the boundaries of Navajo Nation. What requirements apply to these independent operators? Next slide. So under 25 CFR subsection 522.10, it does talk about individually owned Class 2 and Class 3 gaming, that there is a requirement that if somebody who is not NNGE that operates a gaming operation such as bingo games, that they have to follow this particular section. And in there, what it says, they have to, whatever revenue generate.
Ms. Jones, your time is up. You exceeded the 20 minutes. An additional 5 minutes was given to you, but you used up all of that time. So with that, committee members, there has been a presentation that has been provided to us here from the Gaming Regulatory Office, Ms. Michelle T. Jones, regarding small bingo games and raffles on the Navajo Nation. We do have a motion and a second. Motion made by Vice Chair Otto So, second made by Edmund Yazzie. So with that, committee members, are there any questions or comments at this time regarding the presentation? Going once? Going twice?
Vice Chair motion.
So you did the motion. I'm asking, are there any questions at this time?
Oh, no, okay. No, thank you. I thought you were asking for a motion. Thank you.
Okay, with that, committee members, again, are there any questions or comments at this time based on the report that has been provided to us here today? Not hearing anything. Thank you, Ms. Jones, for your report. Committee members, we're going to go ahead and proceed forward to accept the report. Sherelle, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please?
Yes, Honorable Bench James, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Ottoso votes green. Honorable Edwin Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Madam Chair, Charles Newton, you have 2 in favor, 0 opposed, and 3 not voting, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Sherelle, with 2 in favor, 0 opposed, 3 not voting. Thank you, Ms. Jones, for your report. So with that, committee members, we now proceed forward to item C, a report from Larry Chi, the Fire Chief for the Navajo Nation Fire Department on the expenditure plan for the fire department. Committee members, this is in regards to the meeting that was held in Kayenta with the Kayenta Township. So with that, committee members, can I get a motion and a second to hear the report?
Ottoso motion.
Ottoso makes the, Vice Chair Ottoso makes the motion. Can I get a second?
Oh, oh. I'm not worried.
Can I get a second to hear the report from Mr. Chi? Can I get a second to hear the report from Larry Chi, Fire Chief, Navajo Nation Fire Department on the expenditure plan for the fire department? Sherelle, can you do a roll call to make sure that we have the committee members?
Delegate James second.
Delegate Vince James seconds the report. So with that, Mr. Chi, Fire Chief Chi, you have presented to this committee before. We're going to go ahead and give you 20 minutes on the clock to make your presentation. Are there any questions before you start your presentation?
No, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chi. So with that, Lorraine, if you can go ahead and start the clock at 20 minutes. Mr. Chi, the floor is yours to present to the Law and Order Committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm the Navajo Nation Fire Chief, Larry Chi. Ado tohe glini the Nancy Hanawa and Mashishin. Shin Dashinaldo Tohane Dashichi. Madam Chair and committee members and the audience. My report, as indicated in the agenda, is referencing the fund management plan that we've been discussing and meeting on for quite some time now. But the fund management plan is at the controller's office for their review. It's going through the 164 process as required under executive review. We did pick it up from Office of Management, OMB, and sent it over to the OOC's office as of it's going on from last week now. So we're waiting for their review, and then I think the next step is it goes to the Department of Justice as the final review and the final completeness of the document. So that's the report on the fund management plan, Madam Chair.
Does that conclude your presentation at this time, Mr. Fire Chief Chi?
Yes, they're referencing to the agenda, what is asked of us or asked of my office. Thank you.
Okay, so the fund management plan is with Department of Justice at this time.
No, it's over at the Office of Controllers with, I believe it's with Robert Willie's office. So we're waiting for his review, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chi. Thank you for sharing that information with us. Committee members, are there any questions or any comments at this time regarding the expenditure plan for the fire department? Second call for questions regarding the expenditure plan for the fire department. Vice Chair, can you take the chair for me? I do have a couple of questions.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. You have the floor.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chief, for sharing that information. My question is, Mr. Robert Willie, where is the fund management plan? And what is the time frame for moving this fund management plan forward? That's number one. Number two is, within that fund management plan, was the Kayenta Township included in that fund management plan? Those are my questions at this time, Vice Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Mr. Chi, you have the floor.
Again, LOC committee and audience, thank you. I believe executive review, they're required to review within 7 days. And I think OOC has it. It's going on the first day, starting this week. And the second question is, if Kayenta was a part of the plan. The plan does not include any other department except the Navajo Nation Fire and Rescue Services. That's due to the legislation passed by the Navajo Nation Council, Speaker's Office, and the President. The fund management plan is written according to that legislation and funding source from the tax office, and also the legislation and the law that was passed for the fund management plan. So it's in accordance to that. And like I said, the final review is to be concluded by Department of Justice. Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, does that answer your question?
Vice Chair, yes, I do have a follow-up question.
Okay, thank you very much. Follow-up question, Madam Chair, you have the floor.
Thank you for that, Fire Chief Chief. So just to be clear, the Kayenta Township is not included in the expenditure plan. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. It's not included in or any other department to outsource funding from our department. And we're just concurring and going by the laws and legislations that were set by the council and the legal review that was initially put together as language, Madam Chair.
Hagoshi, thank you very much. Madam Chair, you have a follow-up question?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Vice Chair.
You have the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Do we have Dana on the line? I'm a little bit concerned because when we heard the report from the Kayenta Township back a few weeks ago, or maybe it was a month or so ago, we were informed that no changes had to be made to the legislation, that it could automatically be included in the expenditure plan. But what we're hearing today is that it's not being included in the expenditure plan. And my guess is DOJ has reviewed that and has made recommendations because there was a lot of confusion. So Vice Chair, if we could call upon Dana to provide us some guidance on how we should go about, because I believe that the committee did approve funding to go to the Kayenta Township to provide services to the people who are living there in the Kayenta area, as well as the Oljetwo area. But I could be wrong in the way that I heard the presentation and also heard the guidance that was being provided to us. So Vice Chair, if we could call upon Dana to provide us some guidance on how we can correct this issue, number one. Number two is, Fire Chief Chi, when you say that the legislation that you're following is, indicates that funding cannot be given to outside sources for engineering services, if you could provide us the legislation that you're referring to, and if you could also forward us the DOJ opinion giving you guidance that the Kayenta Township cannot be included in the expenditure plan for fire services. Vice Chair Otto-So, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Hagoshin, thank you very much. With that, before I go to Legislative Council, Mr. Chi, see if you could get your staff to get that information to the to get the information on hand and send it to Laureen as soon as possible. I know you have staff. That way, the reference legislation, copy of that, I know we have that, but you may have it on hand. And then also with the Department of Justice opinion that allows you to indicate that Kayenta Township does not qualify for it. So with that, could you provide that information to us by the end of the meeting? Also, Dana, Office of Legislative Counsel. Are you on the line?
Thank you.
You
Yes,
have the floor, Dana.
I am on the line. I, of course, have not seen or heard about DOJ's opinion. So I'm a little surprised. The way the legislation when the Fire and Rescue Services Fund was set up, as you recall, the legislation states that it needs to be administered pursuant to a fund management plan to be approved by Budget and Finance Committee. Of course, in the legislative process, that plan would first go to Law and Order Committee and then to Budget and Finance Committee. So I certainly, the way I looked at the expenditure plan and the legislation, I did not see a prohibition on dollars being distributed to Kayenta. The way I reviewed it, the expenditure plan could include a distribution to Kayenta. So without knowing why DOJ said that they were not eligible, I can't answer further. I will reach out to DOJ and find out why they thought or why their position is that Kayenta is not eligible, except if they could share, if they're on the line and could share. Thank you, Vice Chair and Law and Order Committee.
Vice Chair, so this is Latanya from DOJ, if I may say something.
Yes, Department of Justice, can you respond to that, to those questions and to the opinion? Thank you.
Sure, thank you, Vice Chair So and members of the Law and Order Committee. My name is Latanya Johnson. I'm Assistant Attorney General of the Navajo Nation Department of Justice, and I provide assistance to the Fire and Rescue Services. To answer your question, I have never been posed that question as to whether Kayenta should be noted in the fund management plan. Rather, I was reviewing the fund management plan in general, consistent with Navajo Nation laws and policies. Now, in reviewing the legislation that amended the Navajo Nation sales tax, that legislation provided that there would be funds allocated to the Fire and Rescue Services Fund. Now, if you review the findings, which to me is a legislative intent of this legislation, it specifically is for the Fire and Rescue Services. So aside from the plain language authority, and if there's no plain language authority, I will review the legislative intent, and the findings specifically note that it's for the fire and rescue services for additional funding to support its operations. Now, I'm more than willing to talk with Dana regarding the limitations of this legislation, but I'm reviewing the legislative intent, and it specifically mentions fire and rescue services. Nowhere in the legislation does it provide funds for Kansas Township. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Department of Justice, for that. Dana, do you have any other response to that, or addition to the clarifying this information here?
Thank you, Vice Chair. So I am going to reach out to Latanya and discuss with her. As you know, she said she was reviewing it generally. So I will reach out and discuss the question about Kayenta with her. And she is correct that the legislation, the original legislation itself, does not mention Kayenta Township or the Kayenta's fire services. That is most likely a timing question. So I will reach out with her, and I think this is a solvable issue. I will reach out, and why don't you at least add me to your next week's agenda, and I will report back, and I think we can get this moving. Thank you, Chair.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Dana. With that, Lorraine, can you note that add Dana Barboff to the agenda next week to provide us an update with the communication that's going to happen between Office of Legislative Counsel and Department of Justice pertaining to the fund management plan, and what information needs to be clarified additionally. And with that, before I go on, it's a concern that the Kayenta Township is on Navajo jurisdiction, and the Navajo Nation Fire Rescue is not providing services to that community in overall. And I think it may put us into a liability issue at one point, the Navajo Nation, because sales tax is being collected in that region. And I think Dana, other option needs to be evaluated, meaning I think we need to look at possibility of amending the fund management plan and the legislation itself, so that we could be broad to provide service to our Navajo citizens, which is in a form of direct services under fire and rescue. And I believe Nahat-Atzil and Ganado Fire District is in the same area that we need to have that conversation with. The other is Eastern Navajo, and how many, I believe there's another fire district that we have to sit down and have a communication effort set up to clarify that information. One of the counties, I mean, it may be Sandoval County. The other is up in Montezuma Creek, or Ojeto, Utah. Also, there's a fire station there, which services Navajo, and sales tax are collected within that region. So therefore, I think we have to move forward to set up some sort of distribution system, and that means that we may have to amend the legislation so we can help these other districts that the Navajo Nation is not covering. I'm going to state it in that way. The Navajo Nation is not covering Ojeto, Kayenta, Ganado area, Nahat-Atzil, and portions of New Mexico, but which businesses are there that pays taxes, that collects taxes on the 1% sales tax. And those Navajo citizens that are buying and purchasing things, their dollars are not benefiting them. So we have to look at some sort of legislative fix to try to address the issue. Again, thank you very much. Madam Chair, or Mr. Before I go back to Madam Chair, Mr. Chi, did you get the information pertaining to the reference legislation and the opinion that you have confirmed that you have?
Mr. Vice Chair, I believe both your legislative council and DOJ has those documents, so we can coordinate through them and provide that to the committee as well, if that's okay.
Okay, okay, thank you very much. That's all they just wanted to touch back on. So, Hagoshina, with that, any other questions for the presenter, Madam Chair, or any other?
Vice Chair, if I could just make a comment.
Madam Chair, you have the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I think that this committee has been working to try to address the services that need to be provided to the Oljeto and then also the Kayenta area. We do understand that the Kayenta does have a township and they are receiving tax funds. However, that's not enough for them to provide the services that extend outside of Kayenta. And I'm a little bit concerned that I don't know, to me, it kind of seems like the attitude is that, because the legislative intent didn't include Kayenta Township, that there's that possibility that that they couldn't be included in providing that fire rescue service. As was stated, fire rescue services to support its operations. I think that the Navajo people should be protected at all costs, and then with the funding that's coming down, they should be included, or those areas in the communities that they live in should be included to be provided services. Vice Chair, we went to Monument Valley, Oljeto twice, I believe, and then we also met with Kayenta Township. I wasn't in attendance for that in-person meeting. However, I was on teleconference, and we did hear directly from community members about what the lack of services within these communities. And so I think that with the general interpretation of the statute that has been provided, I just wonder, what it would look like if the general interpretation included, the Navajo people as a whole, and not, it being bombarded with legal language and, the historical intent of the legislation. I want to believe that our leaders back then, had all Navajo people in mind when they were thinking about the services, especially the fire services that are being provided to our Navajo people. I think with our first responders, when we think about public safety, when we think about, it being, with the fire department, and then also it being with, police department, criminal investigations. As one council delegate, I don't see specific areas, and I don't think of excluding specific areas on the Navajo Nation whenever we're passing legislation. I think that as council delegates, we try to be inclusive of all of our communities and all of our Navajo people. So it's a little disheartening to hear, number one, that that Kayenta Township is, at this point is not being included in the expenditure plan, but thankfully, Dana's review and also her understanding of the legislation that has come down, how we need to make changes to the expenditure plan. I appreciate that, but at the same time, I've often questioned Department of Justice, and I've asked this question time and time and time again, and it's never been answered. And so as the oversight of the Department of Justice, I would like to know, does the Department of Justice, when they say that they represent the Navajo government, does that include the Navajo people? Because the Navajo people is what makes up the Navajo government. And to hear and to see on the website that it's only the Navajo Nation government It's no wonder we have chapter officials stealing money and the Department of Justice doing nothing about it. It's no wonder that money gets taken from the Navajo people, you know, time and time again, and nobody is being prosecuted. And now we're talking about life and death services to our Navajo people. I just don't accept that the Kayenta Township should not be included in the expenditure plan. And I think that, you know, Dana and also Ms. LaTanya Johnson working together, we, the Law and Order Committee, we need to know if changes need to be made to the language of the statute that's put in place right now regarding the fire rescue services. And we need to know how we can include the communities right now that have Navajo people in their communities, so that we can provide services to them. It also makes me question, I know that at one time here in the Shiprock community, I believe it was San Juan County that was providing services here to the Shiprock community. And then with the Russell Begay Nez administration, there was a change, and it went to Navajo Nation taking jurisdiction of the fires, or taking jurisdiction of the fire department. And we took jurisdiction in the time when we weren't even prepared for, you know, for what was out there. And so I just want to state for the record, Vice Chair, that, you know, we need to continue to work with the communities that are currently not covered under the statute or under the legislation that created the fire department and also that created the fire rescue services. And I think we need to expand that to include the areas like you mentioned, Oljetwa, Kayenta Township, also Honorable Vince James's area of Ganado, because I don't believe, I truly don't believe, you know, that as council delegates, that we think of excluding Navajo people and the services on the Navajo Nation from, you know, the funds that are coming down the pipeline to provide them services. And I just cannot, you know, I know that we have had some delegates, you know, that we questioned in the past, but I just feel like, you know, those delegates, you know, I'm almost certain that they weren't sitting there saying, well, let's exclude Kayenta Township. You know, let's exclude the community of Oljetwa in this legislation when we're talking about fire rescue services. So again, if we can get some direction as a committee, if we can get some direction on how we can address this issue and make it where our Navajo people do get the services that they need, especially in life and death situations. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. And you did indicate that there was a statement, so I'm not going to go back to the presenter on this. But one thing is that just looking at the Arizona portion, the communities that are don't have public fire safety is the community of Kayenta, or the community of Oljeto, in that vicinity, the Aneth, Utah, McCracken, Montezuma region, Pinion, also Ganado Fire District, which is held by a third party, but revenue is collected in that region. Sanders is in the same area. And then looking at our satellite reservation, Tohajale, Alamo, and Rama, you know, and I think, Madam Chair, we need to have a discussion with the Eastern Navajo delegates on their need, because Honorable Daniel So brought up this issue also. He has an issue, the same thing concerning, and it's with one of his counties there, and the nation is, and it's part of the nation. So, with that, committee members, is there any questions to Chief Chi at this time? Not hearing anything this time, going once, twice, and 3 times. I'm going to give the gavel back over to Madam Chair.
Thank you for your assistance on this, Vice Chair. And again, Dana and Ms. Johnson, if you guys could work together and please report to the Law and Order Committee. I'm not sure how much time you guys need to review the documents, but we will need some guidance on how we can fix the legislation, the language in the legislation to include those communities that are currently not being served. So with that, committee members, since there's no other questions or comments at this time, we'll go ahead and proceed forward to a roll call vote. Sherelle, can you assist us with the roll call vote to?
Question, Madam Chair, this is Delegate James.
I'm sorry, Delegate Vince James, go ahead, the floor is yours.
Really quick question. Do we need to make a motion to table, or how do we go about it, or do we just, since it's under report, do we just let it be and just let legal counsel take care of it, or do we have to do a motion to make a directive with the time period, a time frame? Thank you. That's my question.
Thank you, Delegate James. I think that's a really great question. Yes, you can motion to table this report until we get more guidance from Department of Justice. Or the other option is we can go ahead and vote on accepting the report today, and we can call back Fire Chief Chi to report back to the committee along with Office of Legislative Counsel and Department of Justice regarding this matter. We can also during that time include Chris Cascoli, who is, I believe he was the individual who presented to us during the Kayenta township meeting regarding the fire department services. So however way you would like to proceed with this, Honorable Vince James, as a delegate, you have that, you have that option to table the report, or again, if the committee would like to vote on the report, that is the other option. I believe that those may be the only 2 options at this time. Dana, can you provide us a little bit, can you provide us some guidance on what options we have at this point?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think you covered the options. When I was speaking before, I did commit to talking with the Department of Justice this week and doing a report at your next meeting, which I presume, I haven't checked, but which I presume is next Monday. So you can proceed however, but we will be, or Office of Legislative Counsel will be prepared to report back at your next meeting. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair? Vice Chair?
Yes, Vice Chair Otto So, go ahead, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I believe also what report has been given to us by the Navajo Nation Fire Department, I think we need a written report. And I would like to request that we get a written report from Chief Chi pertaining to this matter because of the dialogue that's going to happen between the 2 from Department of Justice and our Legislative Council. And I would like to see what the report is on. I know he gave us a verbal report. I would like to see it in writing so that we have things on the record set straight. That way, Department of Justice will have the correct information from the program, and also from Dana also. And I think that's what needs to happen. The other is maybe Dana to look at one, can an ordinary Navajo citizen sue the Navajo Nation over services not provided? So what I'm getting to is that we know that the mother government through the direct services is not being provided to a certain region, in this case, Kayenta. And maybe that's the only way the mother government will wake up. And Madam Chair is right. When this legislation was passed, it was meant for the whole Navajo Nation. And I think that if the program does not want to assist or no, correction, let me track back, does not want to change the policies on those, is there an option for our citizens out there, the ones that are listening, to sue the Navajo Nation on services provided? Because sales tax are being collected pertaining for fire safety. So in this case, for any Navajo citizen, that's one. The other is, can we craft the legislation so that the amendment that anything collected within those regions, the fire safety dollars will stay within that region. That way it's not coming to the mother government. You just have a yearly allocation directly to what was collected in the Kayenta vicinity and Ojto vicinity, for example. And it's put on the record, and we just the fire district just sets up a budget, and it's appropriated to them through the comprehensive budget. I think that's the only way that that things will wake up, because there's no compromise right now. I'm not seeing any compromise on how we should meet each other in the middle. And those communities truly deserve fire safety. And I really commend Kayenta Fire Department for providing services to the surrounding regions outside the Kayenta Township, because that's the Navajo Nation's jurisdiction, and fire safety is not provided there. And I believe the dialogue was down into Chibito, parts of probably to Danahoto, probably all the way into Red Mesa, I believe I was told. Those Hashin Savanahas only to the state line. To Shanto Junction, and then Black Mesa, and then to Chibito. Shinto is a radius that it provides services, and sales tax are collected in the community of Kayenta, and it's shipped to the Navajo Nation, and they're not providing the nation, the mother government. I mean, let's put it this way: the mother government is not providing fire safety to that region. So, but again, that's just my thought. But maybe we'll have to have Dana answer that question. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Chair. Madam Chair, this is Dana. Would you like me to respond?
Yes, I'm sorry, Dana. I thought I was unmuted, and I said yes. Vice Chair, I said thank you for the question. Dana, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As far as the answer to the Delegate So's first question, can individuals sue the Navajo Nation for not being provided fire services? Of course, anybody can always sue the Navajo Nation, but then there becomes, but that doesn't mean they will prevail on the lawsuit. There are a lot of stumbling blocks that such a litigant would have to get past. such as the nation's waiver of sovereign immunity, damages, whether there's a whole lot of legal questions there. So that I will attempt to respond better on the next time we do the report. As far as amending the statute to do a direct or an automatic appropriation, I will certainly take a look at that. I will need to have a discussion with the tax commission, and it's so nice to hear that Mark Graham is back at the tax commission. When he was there before, he did a fabulous job. So welcome back, Mark. Delegate So and Law and Order Committee, I need to defer those questions so I can provide you an intelligent answer, and I will do that at your next meeting. Back to you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Dana, and thank you again, Vice Chair. Thank you for asking that question. So with that, committee members, again, there's two options on the table. One is we can go ahead and move forward and vote on this report to accept it and then call back the parties again next Monday, or we can go ahead and table this report and hear the report again next week on Monday at 10 o'clock at our regular scheduled Law and Order Committee meeting. How would the committee like to proceed?
Delegate James Hirschanella.
Delegate Vince James, the floor is yours.
Before I make a motion, I would like to make a motion to table this report, but in regards to a question to Fire Chief, can you tell us why Ganado, Kayenta, Oljeto, Sanders, and the other fire districts are not part of the plan? Thank you.
Thank you for that, thank you for that, Honorable Vince James. So with that, Fire Chief Chi, the floor is yours to answer the question posed to you by Delegate Vince James.
Can you hear me, Madam Chair?
Yes, Fire Chief Chi, we can hear you. Thank you.
Yeah, a little bit of history that falls behind that answer is that Navajo Nation Fire and Rescue Services was originated early 80s. And back then, the Navajo Nation didn't have any fundings for any fire department on Navajo Nation, and we were all volunteers. And we moved on to finally getting recognized by the Navajo Nation to become an organization and actually give us a name, late 90s. And then from there, we found ourselves, back then there was a lot of funding that was available through the Navajo Nation. And the tribe went and built numerous fire stations, including Kayenta, Ganado, Shiprock, all those regions that we're talking about. And what happened is, since we didn't have the operating funds or the personnel, those, when we mentioned Kayenta and Ganado, Perco, and these other stations that are now not Navajo Nation, is that they approach on their own ideas and direction. They approach the counties and, of course, their own community organizations to self-govern themselves, self-regulate themselves to get their own establishment as a district throughout the Navajo Nation, because the Navajo Nation didn't have the support from the tribe itself. So there was only a few fire stations that were left that were under the Navajo Nation. So that went on through the 90s, late 90s. The Navajo Nation Fire Department was really struggling. We were manning our stations full volunteers with a little bit of equipment that were donated, including PPEs and whatnot. So we continued to operate like that, and we found ourselves that every year we had to start cutting our budget within the tribe. And back then, 2002, we only had a little over 300,000 to operate with, and that gradually increased up to 2000. I would say 2010 somewhere. We were allocated a little bit over $1 million to operate the 8 fire stations that was under still in the Navajo Nation. So through all these years up to that time, we admired other fire stations like Kayenta, Perko Valley, Ganado, the fire stations out of the county like Perko, McKinley County, Utah, San Juan. They were operating with a lot of money, brand new equipment. Their people were paid, and so we weren't. And we had to do something. We had to think outside the box, and we did. And the legislation was passed to allocate 1% of the 6% that's being collected as sales tax on Navajo. But with the minimal amount that we were receiving, we got our legislation approved 2018, and we started utilizing the new funding since 2019. And all this time, we have to plan ahead, way ahead of time, at least a year ahead of time. And all our staff were involved, or part of the planning for the next 5 years. So as of the ending of this quarter, the 5th year is starting next fiscal year. So we already have plans in place to spend that money that we're getting. And when we say money or funding, those funds fluctuate, and it fluctuates based on sales tax collections by the tax office. There's a projection made of what each department will get under that sales tax legislations or the law. So to say that we have a lot of money, or to say that we have permanent money or funding, other departments might look at it that way, but internally it's a difficult road to follow, being that the funding is not the same amount every year, so it fluctuates. We can get cut over $3 million if sales are less. So we anticipate to collect the same or appropriate the same amount every year, but that doesn't happen. So going back to a little bit of that history is we admired other fire departments to operate with new trucks and new equipment all these years. And so that was one reason when the expenditure plan was written that, oh yeah, those other fire departments are doing good. And these fundings were met and legislated, and it became a law that it would be only for the Navajo Nation Fire and Rescue Services. So that's the recommendation that was made by Department of Justice back in 2018, and that's how it was written. So recently we rewrote it so that it's more up to date, and a new language was part of the fund management plan. So now that the idea and the movement to say that we want some of the funds that Navajo Nation is getting, I think one reason is because fire trucks are more expensive than early days. PPE is way expensive, including SCBAs, your bunker gear. New laws are out there. New standards have to be met, training standards. So we we realize the struggle that these other supporting fire departments within the tribe is going through. But planning is all about where you want to be and how you want to be down the road. And if there's lack of funding, lack of this and that within your district, the only suggestion idea that we kind of throw around is that maybe it's time to take over these fire stations back to the Navajo Nation, since it'll be to our office, it'll be a lot easier, more effective. Training will all be the same, and the standards, operating procedures will all be the same. So that's the only idea that we have is instead of taking funds from our tax fire department funding, why can't we be all under the Navajo Nation and operate as a one operating fire and rescue services under the Navajo Nation? Those are our only suggestions and ideas that we have, but those reasons are behind why some of the other fire departments that operate on Navajo was not part of the fund management plan or expenditure plan, but we are just following our legal advisors or the way that the legislation was originally written. That's all we're following. And until those get changed, until those those drastic measures and moves are made, then it will be a whole different legislation and a whole different operational type of funding that the Navajo Nation will have to provide fire protection on Navajo Nation. Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Chief Chi. Are there any other questions or comments at this time?
Madam Chair?
Vice Chair Adoso, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. My question is the statement indicating that the Navajo Nation Fire Department taking over services that don't belong to the nation. Particularly in Kayenta, I believe the facility is the Navajo Nation facility. And really don't know what the dialogue was there, what it was. And maybe that's an option. Maybe. But I think just saying that if it's not in our control, it's not ours. And the only solution is the Navajo Nation taking over. I think that's really not a proper statement. You're saying, in my view, you're saying the community at Kayenta, thank you for giving us the sales tax dollars, but we're not going to give you anything. And even though you're Navajo citizens, we don't want to provide the fire safety to you. There's something wrong with how it was worded. That's how I comprehend it. For instance, Danahoto market, the markets at Kayenta Township, all of those collections of sales tax dollars are going into the mother government. In return, and also no Oljeto, and there's other areas that don't have it. You're contributing to the Navajo Nation Fire Services, but those regions are not getting fire protection. And that's the reason why I asked earlier, can a Navajo citizen sue the nation over services? Because maybe someone from Navajo citizen can file a lawsuit on them because I think it's unfair. I should a statement no, or I pick and choose where the service is going to be. I believe that's how Navajo County, Apache County, at one point was sued by a Navajo citizen, by an Apache County citizen over services, and it was a lawsuit. And ajbenil sozo eben nacha hones nado eben nacha ajit look on in that region they get county services that is really big and big in services. But I think maybe if our regular if the administration don't want to address this, I'm gonna say it that way. Yes, it sounds like the administration don't want to address this administratively. Maybe that's a route. Maybe to have a Navajo citizen from that region sue the Navajo Nation over fire protection because they're paying into a sales tax and hold the nation accountable because it's a liability. Other than that, we could ask to amend the sales tax and not collect taxes in those regions that the Navajo Nation does not cover. That's another scenario. That way, we don't get sales tax in that region, and we amend it so that the sales tax stay with that local fire district. Maybe that's an easy fix. Joe, because Joe adahdo need and there should have been already some dialogue already. So hey, and we'll try to help them out because I try to spend going home to Tuba City. I try to buy stuff at Ganado and at Oban Taki, so that the community of Ganado look on then that 1% sales tax dollar is not benefiting those chapters in that region. Maybe and then it did Klagato and White Ruins. You guys have stores there that are bringing revenues into the nation in forms of sales tax dollar for fire safety. And I think fire safety should be not something that we pick and choose. The administration shouldn't be doing that. It should be overall covering our Navajo citizen. Onsen. Maybe my train of thought is wrong, is different. I don't know. Alcohol, but these partners that we have that have fire safety, that provide fire safety on Navajo, they're putting up resources too. It don't hurt to reach out and say, hey, and that's just the way I see it. So I think if it's not done administratively, I think we'll just have to do this through or we, the council, have to fix this through the through fixing the legislation. And then also, Madam Chair, I think we need to get these into our partners to the table, such as Kayenta Township, the San Juan County Fire Department from Utah. The other is Ganado, Pinion. We had to bring Pinion in because Pinion is very unique I don't think there's a fire department there, nor there's no police department there. But there's a school, there's a health facility there. APEG, well, I think we need to have a dialogue in that area pertaining to fire safety. And then Honorable Daniel So's area too. Navajo, Washington, Cod, Nadiabaha, one Nali, a archda, or Adi, Anali, Nayla. Fairness is what we need to have. So I'll tell you, I'm going on mute. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair. So with that, committee members, we do have a comment that was provided by Vice Chair Otto So regarding the information that has been provided to us here by Fire Chief Chi. Are there any other questions or comments at this time?
Yeah, we got James here, Shanada.
Honorable Vince James, the first.
Thank you for the response on Fire Chief in regards to my question. It is a very interesting topic that we are talking about today, and in regards to providing fire safety to our Navajo people. And I think I need to rephrase that and say, how are we providing the fire safety to our Navajo people as a whole? Not by separation, because due to the fact that we're all Navajos, we all have the same color of blood. We all pray to the same creator. Ado ha late out a quado hajo naso nejet nan do litla for our Navajo people ni hit the ne you're able a quikey a open ni hit is la based off the Navajo people the najet a quado na ha zotle not ani danitle ado ajita nation anje not ani not atletico. Oh, quacky nahachine. Hoko, come here. You can volunteer for us. We have a great volunteer program. We have a great fire training program for you. The nego adokote. Facilitated the Nahasi Tani as leaders at a kakoko. The next 8 neto height on him and him. Nel indole. Benachin, Sananas case a height, Egola, Podo Navajo Nation, Department of Fire and Rescue Service has undot the height, aho. We can not unlay naso nejet, nlade, hala hot, jokot, halate out a cordon his vision, state osha. Be his vision that's a beat that's a catole, let's separate our brothers and sisters that are firefighters. Akot out that's in his vision baka ako. Ako kodona okan liniki as administrators hajo the ne ato kwaki the nebekaya hahozo be gone. Jokot aka elied ade adole ne yishna. Oh nothing try kwaki di kohot that he's the no edo to bohonet zandako. So do it had egg that is as or list ako. At all had be hit nil. Obey high long island. Hoshin laid the photo ops on all the different photo ops that has happened in front of the window rock in front of the president's office with those brand new fire apparatus and equipment that are there. Going off to the other fire departments like, hey, we got ours. Ha 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 ha, we have brand new stuff over here. That's the kind of environment that we are creating, that has been created against our fire departments throughout the whole Navajo Nation, and that should not be the case. You want to make that change, and I say this because just recently there was a concession stand that had burnt down in Bitahochi area. Who reported over there? Who provided service over there? Where's all the new equipment that were all in that photo ops? Where did they all go? Why wasn't that one vehicle, one of those new vehicles on site for that concession stand trailer and the vehicle that it was pulling burnt down? We should have seen a picture of a new vehicle from the Department of Fire and Safety equipment sitting there at then. The fire station the whole ala patinil zenoyat ala pa koto satoyini taula aya at eto lesen o nchwahe aje benahaso ane bike dosto laho no sofne ade kodo taga hosan beyado nato nani kito bilt eda ajola tit ahawashi then not a car liedi like if a car in then I don't know that. So somewhere we need to come back together and understand how we can become a whole Navajo Nation service for fire and rescue. And how do we make that accomplishment? How do we progress to protect our Navajo people, to protect our Navajo Nation with the different helps from the other fire departments that are not associated according to the report with the Navajo Nation? How do we come to one to protect the Navajo people? How do we educate ourselves to move forward to become a one by not separating each other? By coming into as a whole to educate the Navajo people throughout the Navajo reservation. And one of the key thing I think here is how do we come back to respecting as a fire department, how they acknowledge each other as brothers and sisters. How do we move? How do we go? How do we come back to that? The legislation is written like this. If you read that legislation, it bothers you, you should say, we need to all come together. We need to help one another because we are all under one title, which is Fire Rescue Service. We all provide that service to our Navajo people. Not just because, oh, you're under county. Oh, not just because you're under township. How do we bring that respect back into our atmosphere to provide to all our Navajo fire departments throughout the Navajo Nation? So with that, I'd like to make a motion to table this report to our next on Law and Order Committee to provide us a detailed information, a written information of how we are going to come back as in visualizing into the near future of all the Navajo fire departments, not just what is written under the legislation. How do we move forward in that direction? Give us a plan, give us a information, and please work with our Chief Legal Counsel, Dana, as Fire Chief, and your immediate upper management staff to provide that plan to us to move forward, to provide the service that needs to be given to all ALL, all the Navajo fire departments throughout the Navajo Nation, not just what is written under the legislation, because we are all the we're Navajos. Motion. Thank you.
Motion has been made to table the report to next week on Monday, where we'll get a clear understanding of what needs to be changed. Can I get a second?
Madam Chair, I will second that. Thank you.
Second made by Vice Chair Otto. So with that, committee members, are there any questions or comments at this time regarding the tabling motion?
Madam Chair,
Vice Chair Otto, so the floor is yours.
also information would be very informative is that how much sales tax of the fire safety is collected in those regions. And maybe we'll have a dialogue between, we'll provide a listing to the tax office to give us a rough number, and from last fiscal year on back to when the sales tax was initiated, what were the average sales tax retrieved from those areas. That will speak how much revenues those communities have contributed to the mother government, but yet in return, they did not receive any type of fire safety revenues. Again, these are sales tax. Sales tax are paid by the common Navajo that buys things at the local level. Maybe if we can get that information from the sales tax of Navajo Nation Taxation Office pertaining to that issue also, and that will allow us to look at a larger field, so that we could actually see what the revenue is, because I'm beginning to feel that let's just leave the monies within those regions. If it's for the sales tax in Kayenta Township, let's allow them to collect those taxes, and we just turn around and reappropriate those dollars directly to Kayenta Township. Maybe we just have to do it legislatively. But again, there's no other solution, and if we could get those numbers from the sales tax, from the tax office. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair. I think there's just a lot of concern all the way around regarding the legislation. And I keep hearing Chief saying that, based on the way that the legislation was written and then the opinion provided. So I'm a little bit curious if DOJ did state on the record that they didn't provide any opinion, who is providing Chief, who's providing you this information? And perhaps we can get that clarification again next week on Monday. But there is a There is a motion on the floor right now made by Honorable Vince James to table this report, a second made by Vice Chair Otto So. The request at this time is to get more information regarding the sales tax collected in each region. Also, who is providing legal guidance to the fire chief, because we've heard on several occasions that there's been some opinions being provided to him. We need copies of those, and then we'll also be getting a report from Dana and also Department of Justice on what needs to be fixed in terms of the language to help with the fire services. Is there anything else that needs to be reported during this time? Okay, not hearing anything from any of the delegates. Are there any other questions or comments right now regarding the tabling motion? Okay, not hearing anything. Sherelle, can you assist us with the roll call vote to table this report?
Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes red. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Chair Charles Newton, you have 2 in favor, 1 opposed, and 2 not voting, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. With 2 in favor, 1 opposed, 2 not voting, the tabling of this report hereby passes. So Chief Chi, if you could be available on Monday at 10 o'clock. Lorraine, if you can send them an email on the questions that delegates have asked to be on the report for Monday. Also, if you could invite Department of Justice and also Office of Legislative Counsel to this call. And then if you could also reach out to Mr. Ronald Singer from the Kayenta Township, who should also be on the call. And I think that we also need to have other members of the fire department, specifically those covering the Oljeto, Kayenta, Aneth, Montezuma Creek, Ganado, Sanders area, also be on the call at this time as well, as this report does concern the safety and welfare of their community members. So make sure we get that out. Lorraine, if we can get that out by tomorrow morning, before 9 o'clock in the morning, so that it gives plenty of time for the community officials to be on the call. So with that, committee members, since this report is tabled, we'll go ahead and move forward to the next item on the agenda. And Vice Chair Otto, so this was one of the questions that you did ask. We do have Mark Graham on the line, who is the Executive Director for the Office of Navajo Tax Commission, on the history of the junk food tax and how the fire department gets funding from the sales tax. Committee members, can I get a motion and a second to hear this report?
Thank you. A motion.
Thank you, Vice Chair Otto So makes the motion. Can I get a second?
Delegate James.
Delegate Vince James seconds that. So with that, we'll go ahead and Mr. Graham, good afternoon, and thank you for being on the call here with the Law and Order Committee. I believe that this is your first time reporting to the committee, so I'll go over a little bit of rules. You'll have 20 minutes to present your information to the Law and Order Committee. During that time, you can call upon 2 agents to help assist you with your presentation. The agenda does provide a general overview of what this committee would like to hear. If you have any documents that need to be sent, you can send them directly to Lorraine Spencer and she can forward those documents to us. If you need assistance with your PowerPoint presentation, Sherelle can put it on the screen so those of us who are online will be able to follow along. During this time, I'd like to remind everyone who is listening in to make sure that their phone is on mute. Look at your phone, make sure the mute button is highlighted. Anybody who is not muted who interrupts this meeting is interrupting the business conducted on behalf of the Law and Order Committee, on behalf of the Navajo Nation, and on behalf of the Navajo people. So it is very, very important that you mute your phone and that you don't interrupt the speakers or the presenters during this time. Mr. Graham, again, you will have 20 minutes on the clock, and you can have up to 2 agents help assist you. Mr. Graham, do you have any questions regarding the procedure before I turn the time over to you?
Madam Chair, I do not.
Thank you, Mr. Graham. So with that, Lorraine, if you can go ahead and start the clock at 20 minutes, we'll go ahead and give Mr. Graham some time to present his information on the junk food tax and how much the fire department is receiving. And just an FYI, Mr. Graham, if you have that information about the sales tax collected in each region, that would be a good time to go over that information as well. So with that, Mr. Graham, the floor is yours.
Madam Chair, thank you, and other members of the Law and Order Committee, thank you for this time. Again, my name is Mark Graham. I am now the Executive Director of the Office of the Navajo Tax Commission. I am now day 10 into this position. As Ms. Bobroff had mentioned, I have worked with the Office of Navajo Tax Commission. It has been 16 years. I have worked in the area of Indian taxation over the last 24 years, including my time here with the Office of the Navajo Tax Commission. I then worked with the Salt River Pima Maricopa Indian Community as their tax manager. I then worked with the Gila River Indian Community as their tax auditor. So I do have a lot of experience in Indian taxation and really look forward to coming back to Navajo Nation and continuing to serve in this capacity to help the Navajo Nation and administer these tax laws. So I did share a report with Ms. Spencer, and I believe, Ms. Chair, you'd already mentioned that you had received it, so I'm hoping all the other members of the committee have received that report also. I really hit some summary points in that. I know Indian, or taxation in general, but Indian taxation tends to put people to sleep, so I tried to keep a very summary level for individuals who will be reading and trying to digest this information. So let me go back just a step, just saying the Healthy Dene Nation Act of 2014, otherwise known as the junk food tax, is actually a 2% additional tax on top of the normal 6% retail tax that occurs under the sales tax. Important part of the junk food tax is just to understand that it's only sales that occur at retail, and so and it has to be at a retail facility. So convenience stores, grocery stores, restaurants, those are the administrators of the junk food tax. They'll add the additional 2% tax on all the transactions that occur for basically junk food, or for lack of a better term, anything that is not fresh fruit, fresh vegetables, or clean, clear water. Those are about the only 3 things that are not supposed to get taxed under the junk food tax. Everything else should have a 2% tax. Now, one of the issues or developments when the junk food tax was enacted is the developers of this tax used the sales tax as their model in incorporating and developing the junk food tax. So when you go to a vending machine, there's no junk food tax applied to those sales, although naturally those are higher priced items than when you would buy at a convenience store, at a grocery store. So there's no junk food tax applied to any of the vending machines. Also, what we term itinerant sales. So individuals who walk around selling burritos, we don't collect the junk food tax for them, and really the sales tax also. Just because I only have 12 staff, and it's very, very difficult, very time consuming to track down all of the itinerant sales that may occur, not only just during the work week, but in the weekends and all of the activity that can occur with itinerant sales. So it's important to understand with the junk food tax that the 2% tax really applies only to the retail sales that occur at a convenience store, a grocery store, or at restaurants. And just about everything that you would buy at those facilities is taxed at 2% plus this 6%. So in highlight, that's what the junk food tax does. Now, having been only here 10 days, I don't have full access to all of the tax information, tax revenue. I did have to use information from 2020. Using that information, and so really this is pre-pandemic data. So there, I won't be able to show pandemic activity and how that diminished tax revenue, not only the junk food tax, but then in the next component with the sales tax. But using pre-2020 tax revenue data, junk food tax collected 1.4 million. From that 1.4, you do have all of the set-asides that occur, and so basically that ran it down to $1.1 million that was then used to provide out. Supposedly, per the Navajo junk food tax statute, the statute, the revenue is allocated out, and when you go into the code, there is a section that talks about that information. The revenue would go into a community wellness development project. So I have no information on that. I only have information that $1.1 million was deposited into that account. That account then is administered by Division of Community Development. So Community Development then has should have control or administer this program. The way it's structured currently, from what I've been able to glean from the fund management plan that was developed, is that these are supposed to be projects that are community-based and can help the community with health projects, promoting health, and so there's a whole bunch of activities from instruction to equipment to building even walking trails. So it's really broad, but it really has to focus back on healthy ideas, healthy projects. So using funds generated from from sales of junk food to help generate positive working programs to sponsor or bring forth healthier living styles for our constituents. So the fund management plan talks about all of these activities. Now, I've not gone any further than that because I don't have community development. Only being here 10 days, I wasn't able to discuss with them how this works out. But if you look at that fund management plan, it does mention that the revenue would be divided up between the chapters using the 50-50 formula. So using that and applying it to the 2020 net revenue of 1.1, basically that's $10,000 going to each of the chapters. So really this is right down to the basics, seed money, really seed money to help the chapters foster, promote, develop more healthy programs. So right down to the basics, that's what this junk food revenue is supposed to use. So I wanted to stop I don't know, Madam Chair, if you want me to stop there and ask for questions or just continue on with the next part of the report, but that's just on the junk food tax and the component that the committee had asked concerning the revenue from junk food tax.
Thank you for that. Mr. Graham, do you have that breakdown in a document that we can review? That's number one question. The second is are you breaking up your presentation into two parts?
Yes, Madam Chair. Actually, the report that I had sent to Ms. Spencer, it has the cover letter, and the second part of that is the report, and everything I just covered is in that report. So I did provide it to the committee. I'm only asking to break it up because then the second part, I know there's going to be a lot of questions. I just wanted to see if I addressed any questions on the junk food tax before I really get into the next component, really, which has been a basis of this committee's meeting today.
Okay, let me ask the committee members at this time, based on the report that has been provided to us here by Mr. Graham. As he stated, there's a two-part report, so this was the first part. Are there any questions or comments regarding the first part of the report that has been provided to us here by Mr. Graham? Not hearing anything. Mr. Graham, the floor is yours to complete the second part. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. So as I mentioned, there's two components because the committee had asked for basically two things. You want to know the junk food tax revenue. So I provided that. I think there was some misconception that junk food tax revenue also was revenue that then funded the fire department. It does not. It goes in totally separate pot that then is divided out to the chapters. At least that's what the legislation, the junk food tax statute, and then the fund management plan indicate. So that's why I wanted to break it up into two components. So the second part then is on the Navajo Nation sales tax. So of the 8 taxes that the Navajo Nation has, the Navajo sales tax has been the most amended in the years that it's been enacted. And that's a relatively young tax in comparison to possessory interest tax or the business activity tax. This tax, when it was developed, was initially presented and approved at 3%. It's now at 6%. I hear a lot of discussion about this 1% for the fire department. So when the fire department came forth with their proposal to add 1% to the Navajo Nation sales tax, the language to add that 1% really got muddled down, and to me, no disrespect to Ms. Barbara, because she was not there at the time, but Office of Legislative Counsel kind of messed up in how to allocate this revenue. So when you look at the Navajo Nation sales tax, just for your information, Navajo Tax Commission has its webpage. On the webpage, we have all of the Navajo taxes. So if you ever wanted to, instead of going through the Navajo Nation code and scrolling through 500 pages in that first section, you can go to Navajo Tax Commission webpage, and we have all of the statutes listed there. But in the Navajo Tax Commission, the Navajo sales tax, section 620, so at the end of the sales tax statute, talks about the allocation of the revenue. And what was initially developed was, and having been here 16 years ago, when, well, actually, so the in 2001, when this sales tax was enacted by the Navajo Nation Council, I was here. I wasn't the director at the time. I was the accounting manager, so I assisted in development of this tax ordinance, or this tax code, and then all of the forms and how we were going to use the revenue. The initial development of the Navajo sales tax was that it would be broken out by 2 areas. The first area would have been construction, and the second area, first area was going to be retail. Retail because we broke it out because in the retail section, we were only focusing on all of the brick and mortar facilities. So convenience stores, grocery stores, restaurants, all of those are easy to identify. And so we could allocate revenue that was collected from, the Burger King in Burnside, because there's a Burger King in Burnside. When they submit their tax return, we were able to identify it easily. It's in the Chinley agency, and we can then identify that revenue. The other component then was a non-retail, and that was construction. So it was a little bit harder for us as a tax commission staff to identify a road project that maybe went through 3 chapters or other projects like that. So we initially had proposed, and that's the way the sales tax still in the allocation component is broken out. Section 620B is primarily the non-retail activity. Section 620C is the retail activity. And you'll see then that, and in the information that I shared with the committee, I did the last page of the information that I shared how the Navajo sales tax is broken out. So on the top part, and this is again just using the 2020 data, non-retail, so anything that was not in a convenience store, grocery store, or restaurant, and so it's primarily construction. The Navajo Nation collected $46 million in non-retail sales tax. In the retail, the Navajo Nation collected $12 million. So from those 2 areas, we had a total of, and I'm just doing the math right off, 58 million from the Navajo Nation sales tax. Then we took out the set-asides for, because these are tax revenue, we do have a tax suspense fund. That fund is used to address any of the liabilities that may come, companies suing us for not, because they may believe that we don't have the ability to tax on that activity. So we have a special fund, a liability fund, to cover those types of lawsuits. And then, of course, the normal set-aside. So we set aside, again, for the permanent trust fund, land acquisition. So you take all of those percentages out. Then you have a net revenue of $42 million from the Navajo Nation sales tax. From the first component, so in my worksheet, I try to continue to break out the 2 revenue pots. So with the non-retail revenue, this is the, of all of the taxes that the Navajo Nation has, this is the one tax that has the real oddity in how the revenue is broken out. So if you try to read Section 620B, you'll see a lot of percentages. 50%, 16.66666, 8.33333, 8.333. When the Navajo Nation, or when that proposal to add the 1% for the fire department came through legislative, or there were some corrections that were being made by oversight committee and then by legislative council, and this is their compromise. It's an interesting formula to try and use. So you'll have to bear with me, but this is the way it's written. If I had my way, I would try and at least change these percentages to make it easier, because when you do the math, both for the non-retail and the retail, percentage is off by 0.00002%. Just the way the math goes when you do a 16.6666, 8.333, on and on. So from the non-retail revenue, this money that's generated 50% of that. So basically 50% of the revenue coming from construction projects drops into the general fund. So that's 16 million. Of the remaining 50%, 16.666 goes into judicial public safety. And normally those are the buildings that are being built for, one-stop public safety. Excuse me. So in this pot, using the 2020 data, Judicial Public Safety Fund received 5.6 million. Scholarship Fund received 2.8 million. Economic Development received 2.8 million, and Fire and Rescue received 5.6. Now that's just the non-retail. The retail revenue then, again, 50%. Now this part, like I said, the initial intent when we developed the sales tax was that the revenue generated from retail facilities would then go back to the chapter. So we knew exactly where the Burnside Burger King was at, so we could identify specifically that money could go back to the Chinle agency and be divided up by those respective chapters using the 50-50 formula. So that has slowly changed. Now the retail revenue, 50% of that does still go to, I believe, to the chapters, but it goes through Navajo government development. And they're supposed to themselves develop a fund management plan to disperse this revenue out to the chapters. I did not have time to go and track down from my initial review through the legislative database. I could not find a fund management plan, so I don't know that that's been done. Anyway, continuing on, again, Judicial Public Safety Fund received 16.6, Scholarship Fund 8.33, Economic Development 8.33, and Fire and Rescue 16.666. So from this retail activity, the Fire and Rescue received 1.4 million. So doing those two, again, on this worksheet way at the bottom, I do then do totals for all of the respective funds that received revenue from the Navajo sales tax. And to answer the committee's question, Fire and Rescue received $7 million from the sales tax in 2020 using this formula based from the Navajo sales tax statute. Madam Chair, I'm now available for any questions. Well, let me just address some of the questions or thoughts that had already been brought up. Just that, again, of all the taxes that the Navajo Nation has, the Navajo sales tax is the one tax that has a special provision, section 610. It says credits. Now, in that section, a taxpayer who is located within a chapter or township that has its own sales tax will be able to credit against the Navajo sales tax up to that same level that they have to pay to the local taxing jurisdiction. So to answer it also question about how much revenue is generated from Kayenta, actually Kayenta has a tax rate equivalent to the Navajo sales tax at 6%. So Navajo Nation does not collect any sales tax from retail activities that are established within the jurisdiction of the Navajo or the Kayenta Township. So I just wanted to bring that to the committee's attention. So some of those components have already been addressed as far as keeping money within the local agency. The problem with that, I say problem because when a chapter like Kayenta or Chinle or Tuba City or Kayenta or Shiprock, the major areas, chapters, when they become LGA certified and enact their own sales tax, they basically retain all of the revenue that comes that is generated within their chapter boundaries or their township. So all of the local, all of the outside chapters within that agency, their revenue allocation declines dramatically because
I do
primarily
apologize. Your time is up.
Okay. Well, that was basically it. So I'm available for questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Graham, and thank you for providing us this breakdown with the documents as well as the percentages. So with that, committee members, are there any questions or comments at this time?
Madam Chair, I got a question.
Vice Chair Otto, so the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Mr. Graham, I would like to see, we know that the policy is enacted. I would like to see a breakdown in how much sales tax is collected in the community of, within the township. That's one. And, or maybe, or overall in Kayenta chapter, The other is Ojeto chapter. Aneth. The other is Red Mesa and Mexican Water and Guanajuato. The other area is in probably in the fire district of the Apache County that serves on Navajo. That's like the Ganado Fire District has various numbers of chapters, like Ganado region, and it carries on out to Steamboat. And then there's, I believe they probably cover Cagato. And I'm trying to get to number, what is generated. And what I'm getting to is Navajo citizens are contributing to this pot of money for fire safety, and the issue is the fairness that the Navajo people within that region is not benefiting in the in fire safety. Also, Sanders, now that's Z. And I believe there's other chapters in New Mexico. For instance, like in now just to come to think about it, like in Theru or in that region, or no, correction, here at Church Rock, you know, parts of New Mexico that Navajo Nation is not providing services. If you could provide us that information, that rundown, that would be very, very grateful, so that we know what type of funds are generated. We have a ballpark figure, and we could start, as legislature, we can start doing our homework to try to address and try to see what those numbers are, so we could maybe reallocate a certain amount into that region for fire protection. So that's about it. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair. I think I will also just add very quickly, Mr. Graham, I'm looking at the documents that you provided. Again, thank you very much for sending us these. There are a lot of chapters, and I believe that Vice Chair Otto, during the junk food sales tax legislation that we had here in the last year, did bring this up. But we do have a lot of chapters that are using these funds for, I guess, non-intended items. I do recall that there was a conversation where some chapters were using this junk food sales tax to buy T-shirts. I know that we did have a lengthy debate with Director Pearl Yellowman, because my chapter used it for buying, I believe it was something for a bathroom. And so we questioned whether this junk food sales tax could be used towards, towards some of these projects that the chapters are putting forward. And a lot of chapters are not informing the Navajo people about, what this money is and how it can be used. And again, I speak, directly for my chapter, because in the times that we had chapter meetings, we did ask that question and it was never answered. The response that we always get from our chapter coordinator is, like, we'll talk about it at the next meeting, and then it never comes up, even though it's asked again. Can somebody please hang up on the number 650 ending in 421? They obviously don't know how to mute their phone, so hang up on them, please. Okay, just for clarification, Cheryl, I did say hang up on them, not mute them. So anyway, so I think what we do need to, I think what is really important right now is that we have that proper information sent out to the chapters and the way that these funds can be spent. And then especially in terms of this Healthy Nations Act of 2014, it was recently updated is my understanding. But, you know, to have that conversation with our delegates, and then again, most importantly with the chapters, because I don't think the chapters are really understanding what this funds could be used for. In terms of the funding that's coming down to fire and rescue, and then also the judicial public safety, thank you for sharing the breakdown with us. So with the fire and rescue, I know you have the retail revenue, and then you have total revenue, but you don't have the full breakdown percentage for well, at least I don't see it, the non-retail. No, you have non-retail, but I don't see the retail full breakdown. They look to be the same. 50% for Navajo government development, judicial safety, 16.6666%, scholarship fund, 8.333%, economic development at 8.3333%, fire and rescue, 16.6666%. I don't know if that's accurate, or if that is actually just for, again, what I'm seeing is non-retail revenue and retail revenue with the same amount. So if we can get clarification on that. I'm so sorry. I'm usually I turn the chair over to Vice Chair Otto So, but I just had questions about the document itself. So thank you for that. Committee members, are there any other questions at this time? Okay, not hearing anything. Mr. Graham, we'll turn the floor back over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Delegate, so I will attempt my very best to provide you the information on a breakout by chapter, by region, with some of the areas that you highlighted. You have to understand that some of these probably only have one convenience store, so sales tax revenue is very minimal from these, but there would be some activity. So I will try and gather that information and provide it to you. Madam Chair, I guess that could be a thing to go out to the, send out to each of the chapters, the fund management plan, so that they have that. I just highlighted some of the things that is listed in the fund management plan in my report. And as far as t-shirts, I'm sure that's probably something that they did to promote a hike or something. So, I mean, that's almost in the general area, but I'm not the one to audit it to make that determination. As far as construction, I don't see that listed as a specific activity, but it's also then not something that's exactly not allowed. The only thing that that the fund management plan specifically disallows is funds will not be used for meetings, conference fees, and stipends and travel. So I did provide that in the report, the second, I think it's third page of the report, so you could have that as some general information. But yes, we could probably, although it's not my department, maybe that's something more coming from community development, because chapters fall under them. But you know, I think that's a great idea to share with them so that they have that thought of knowing what those funds should be used for, could be used for, and help them better plan some of those activities. Now, the last thing, Madam Chair, that's the exact language that's in the sales tax statute, that judicial, scholarship, economic, and fire and rescue have those exact same percentages, not only in the non-retail, but also in the retail. So those are exactly how it's written in the Navajo Nation sales tax. And so that's where I got this information, the breakout, and then just using the numbers to plug in and give you the total that was, you know, using the 2020 revenue that was collected. Madam Chair, any other questions? I'm here.
Thank you so much, Mr. Graham. Committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time? Not hearing anything. Mr. Graham, that was a very, very thorough report, as well as the written report that you provided to us. At this time, geez, I forgot to ask for a motion in a second, so I'll go ahead and ask for a motion in a second at this time to accept the report.
Vice Chair will motion.
Motion made by Honorable Vice Chair Otto. So can I get a second? Second call, can I get a second for the report provided to us by Mr. Mark Graham?
Delegate James.
Delegate Vince James provides the second. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions, comments at this time for Mr. Graham? Not hearing anything, we'll go ahead and proceed forward at this time to the vote. And this is to accept the report. Sherelle, can you assist us with roll call vote, please?
Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote?
Okay.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and 2 not voting, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. With a vote of 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting. Mr. Graham, we appreciate you being on the Law and Order Committee. Welcome back to the Navajo Nation, and we look forward to working with you. So you are hereby excused at this time. Thank you.
Madam Chair, thank you, and I hope to provide as best information as I can when asked. So take care and have a good day.
Thank you, Mr. Graham. So with that, we proceed forward to item E on the agenda, report from Office of the Controller regarding the 2015 Public Safety and Justice Bond. There's not anybody specific to the Office of the Controller that's listed on the agenda, but do we have somebody from the Office of the Controller on the line who can provide us some information regarding the 2015 Public Safety and Justice Bond?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. This is Robert Willie from Controller's Office.
Good morning, Mr. William. Thank you for being on the call. So with that, committee members, we do have somebody from the Office of the Controller ready to present to us. Can I get a motion in a second?
Vice Chair Walls.
Motion made by Honorable Vice Chair Otto. So can I get a second? Second call, Delegate Vince James seconds it. So with that, Mr. Willie, thank you for being on the call with us today. If you could provide us some information on the 2015 Public Safety and Justice Bond. And also, I guess we just need to get some information and specifically what do we have left to pay down that bond. This committee members, just for quick background information and those listening in on the line, I have been working with the investment committee and with the Office of the Controller and Speaker's office in trying to figure out a way to pay for the facilities that are needed to be replaced in Shiprock, in Windrock, in Pinyon, in Delcon, and then also the various substations in around the Navajo Nation, and then the judicial courthouses as well. As you all know, committee members, we were hoping that we could use ARPA funds. However, we were informed by the Division of Public Safety that somebody somewhere denied the application. We did later learn that it was not the Department of Justice. So it may have been in-house with President Nez and Paulson Chaco. Going out to our trip to Washington, D.C., Delegate Vince James and we were made aware by the Bureau of Indian Affairs Office of Justice Services that those ARPA funds could have been used as collateral to get a loan or to get a bond, and that would have been considered encumbered funds and possibly spent funds. We were working to try to get a meeting with the Department of Treasury on this issue. BIA Office of Justice Services was trying to assist us, but we weren't able to get the meeting on time. So the ARPA funds were not an option. We also did present back in 2019 a comprehensive bill to try to address this issue, but it was tabled. And this was tabled because there was a lot of questions. We did have a work session in January of 2020 prior to COVID. And it was during that time that we were asked to hold off on legislations requesting funding for Division of Public Safety. So the third option at this point that has been provided to us is the 2015 Public Safety and Justice Bond. Delegate Vince James and the Law and Order Committee was actually invited to go to Seattle in November of 2021 to meet with Key Bank. Key Bank is the bank that currently has the 2015 Public Safety and Justice Bond. And we went out there with Speaker Damon to talk about the option of expanding this bond and possibly getting more funds to address the public safety facility buildings. It was a full day meeting with Key Bank, but the bottom line is Key Bank at the time did inform the Navajo Nation that we can expand on this bond. And so I have been working, I've been trying to work with the Speaker's office on moving this forward, but the Speaker's office kind of lost communication with me in January or February. So I went ahead and moved it forward, working with Delegate Crotty from Budget and Finance, and then also Chair Jamie Henyo, who also was interested in moving this forward. So working between the three of us, we were able to get this item on the investment committee meeting. I believe it was maybe a month and a half ago, with the plan that we would meet with Key Bank to get more information. As you all know, committee members, it has been a challenge trying to find the time where everybody is available to meet. We were supposed to meet in, I believe it was June 20th, which was the day of the Juneteenth holiday. So we weren't able to meet during that time with the investment committee. And so right now, Key Bank is willing to sit down at the table with Law and Order Committee right now to talk about the bond and to talk about the option. Key Bank is also willing to meet with the investment committee as well as Budget and Finance to give us information on how we can expand this bond to provide funding to replace the two facilities in Shiprock and in Window Rock, as well as other facilities around the Navajo Nation. A list was provided to the Office of the Controller on which buildings are ready to be built. Key Bank did inform us that if they gave us funding for the bond, that they do have a banker in-house, I believe she might be an attorney, who can work on the 105L lease option, which is something that BIA has also shared with us, as well as senators and representatives have talked about this option of the 105L lease. And just as a reminder, committee members, the 105L lease is BIA's way of saying, Navajo Nation, if you build it, we'll lease it from you for as long as the building stands. In most cases, the leasing option will actually put more money back into the Navajo Nation even after the building has been paid off. So it does sound like a really positive investment. We also tasked the Department of Justice to look into the 105L lease language regarding our 638 contracts and whether Navajo Nation would be eligible for those funds. We did find that Navajo Nation is eligible for those funds. And so it's a matter of structuring this deal correctly. If we do move forward with a bond or a loan, the 105L lease will be able to, to enter into the 105L lease, but we can't enter into the 105L lease until after the building has been built. That's the reason we are looking into this bond option. So there's a lot of moving parts going on right now. I've been doing the best that I can to try to keep up with everything that has been happening, as well as scheduling meetings and getting us on the investment committee. So at this point, we are looking at this as an option, and I'm hoping that we can present this issue. I was hoping that we would get this on the summer session. However, the investment committee, we've been trying to, I have been trying to work with the investment committee to schedule us on their agenda so that we have information that we can share with the investment committee on, how this bond is a good option right now. The other part of the bond is Key Bank has stated that if the money is given to the Navajo Nation for bond money, we would have to build within, we would have to start building within a month of when the funds are distributed. And the reason for that is because of the cost of inflation and how that is moving, or the way that it's fluctuating. It's going to really affect our construction. And the bond is going to basically be, I guess, a bond to the Navajo Nation, but they were looking at that time kind of under 200 million, which is not enough to address all of the public safety facility buildings and the judicial buildings, but it is enough to address some of those, I guess, the communities that are ready to build. So just a little bit of background information, and that is the reason why I called upon Mr. Robert Willey from the Office of the Controller to provide us some information on the 2015 Public Safety and Justice Bond, so that we can start moving forward with Law and Order Committee to try to get this bond through the process, to pressure the investment committee to get us onto the agenda. I did reach out to Dana, as well as to Speaker and also Chair Hanyo, asking, if the investment committee doesn't put us on the agenda, is their blessing required to move forward with the bond legislation? If Key Bank comes back with numbers that the Navajo Nation feels comfortable with, and I haven't got a response to that yet. So a lot of the information that is needed right now from Speaker's office is not happening. We did go to Seattle in November. There was a little bit of push on that end from Speaker's office in November and December, and then somehow it just kind of whittled away. So I am continuing to push it forward, as there's many communities on the Navajo Nation that do need assistance with substations, or they do need assistance with a police station. So with that, that's a little bit of background information and the reason for the report. Mr. Robert Willey, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to you at this time to provide us some information on the 2015 Public Safety and Justice Bond. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Robert Willey, Accounting Manager for Office of the Controller, for the record. I sent out a memo on Judicial Public Safety Bond. It's dated July 5th, 2022. It actually is a history of the judicial public safety loans. So in the beginning, there was actually a loan with KeyBank in the amount of $60 million. And that was BF JN 22-10, which defined the terms and conditions of the obligation bond from KeyBank. There subsequently, after that was Council Resolution CJA 04-10 approving the terms and conditions of that KeyBank loan. So once we did get the loan, there was another legislation done, which is a Council Resolution CAP 19-10. On these council resolutions, there was a waiver of sovereign immunity, so that was one of the reasons why it had to go to the council. Another one was probably because of the amount of the $60 million. At that time, there was additional funding. If you recall, under the Obama administration, there was a Build America bond. So this money, in addition to that, and some federal funds were utilized to construct the Crown Point, Tuba City, and Chinle facilities. 5 years later, after payments on that loan, CAP 11-15, which is a council resolution, was seeking to get a bond issued to pay off that loan, and it was passed. So that actual resolution was the approval to seek the bond. And CJN 19-15 was the approving the term sheet to negotiate the final loan documents. So on November 17th, 2015, the Navajo Nation issued $52,900,000 of general obligation bonds to pay off the KeyBank loan. And these loans will be going, the payments will be going all the way to the year 2030. The first payment, I believe, was due in 2016. So the current balance of those bonds right now is $35,585,000 as of this past month, June 2022. The unaudited balance of the Judicial Public Safety, which was calculated this morning by one of my staff, is $19,991,738. I apologize, that's supposed to be a comma, not a period in the report, but that's how much is currently within the Judicial Public Safety funds. That also includes the LOC 01-22, which approved 3.5 in prior months for corrections. So I'd be happy to entertain any other questions as far as what Madam Chair did indicate, seeking a bond. I believe that you would, I'm assuming that KeyBank would want a limited waiver of sovereign immunity, so eventually you'd have to take it back to council. So that's more of a legal question, so I guess a legal can answer that, but I'm here to help answer any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Willie, for sharing that information. And just an FYI, I'm looking through my email. I don't see the report or that you sent. I'm guessing that my email is probably just super slow. I'm barely getting emails through. So when did you send that report to Law and Order Committee?
That was sent to Ms. Spencer and yourself, Madam Chair, at 10:15 this morning, and it's in the form of a memo.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm having some glitches on this end, so I'm hoping everybody can still hear me right now. So right now, Lorraine, did you receive that email?
Yes, Madam Chair, I did send it out.
Okay.
I did, yeah. I sent it out. Yeah, I sent it out on today at 10:27.
All right, thank you. And just for clarification, I'm getting on my end for some reason. I don't know if my internet is having issues, but it keeps saying this site can't be reached, webmail.navajo-nsn.gov. So I'm not sure if other people are receiving that as well, but hopefully we can get this restored. So with that, committee members, a report has been sent to us by Mr. Robert Willie, as well as a background of what is happening in terms of the public safety facility buildings. Are there any questions or comments at this time? Second call, are there any questions or comments at this time? Last and final call, are there any questions for Mr. Robert Willie at this time? And let the record reflect that we do have Chair Hanyo, who is on the line at this time. Chair Hanyo, welcome to the Law and Order Committee meeting. Thank you for being on the line. Looks like he tried to unmute himself and somebody muted him.
Thank you. I cannot, Madam Chair.
All right, since there's no questions for Mr. Willie, I'm going to go ahead and call for the vote to accept his report. And again, he did send us a written report, and it was verified by Ms. Lorraine Spencer that the Law and Order Committee has received this report. I did send a list. I believe I did CC the Law and Order Committee back in either January or February with the buildings that we are currently moving forward with, the substations, and then also where we're at with each of the projects. In addition to that, know that there's 2 legislations coming through the pipeline, and that's the legislation by Nathaniel Brown. We did inform Honorable Delegate Nathaniel Brown about our intentions to move forward with the bond, but he went ahead and he proceeded forward to ask for funding from Citizen for his Kayenta court. So I don't know how that's going to, how that's going to move through the process, but it is, I believe it's going to be ready for council this summer session. So with that, Sherelle, we'll go ahead and proceed forward to the roll call vote at this time. And this is to accept the report provided to us by Mr. Robert Willie with the Office of the Controller regarding the 2015 Public Safety and Justice Bond. Sherelle?
Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate Chan votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting. Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton not voting, and Honorable Eugene So absent, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. So with that, thank you so much, Mr. Willie, for providing us the information regarding the public safety and justice bond. So we look forward to working with you on moving these projects forward. So you're excused at this time. Thank you again for your report. So with that, we move to item number 6, old business. There is none. Item number 7, we do have to reschedule the special meeting that we originally had planned for on July 1st, 2022 at 8:00 a.m. And this is in lieu of another Law and Order Committee meeting that was, I believe this was for the Juneteenth meeting. But we do have to select another date, July 1st, as you guys may recall, committee members, we did have special counsel during that time. So we were unable to meet per the rules of council and the Navajo Nation Code. So if everybody could pull out their calendar books and tell me what days you're available to have this special meeting, we could schedule it on Wednesday. I have availability on Wednesday, the 13th at 10 o'clock. The other option is Tuesday, the 12th at 1 o'clock. And it looks like per the information that has come out, we have during the week of July 18th, we have the summer council session. And then we get out, we're done with summer council session on the 22nd. And then on the 25th, that Monday, we have a regular Law and Order Committee meeting. And then we go into budget hearing, the 26th, the 27th, the 28th, and the 29th, at least from the information that was sent out to council. And Chair Hanyo, is that correct? I think you guys just approved the calendar for budget. Is that correct?
Shananda, so Madam Chair, no, we just, what we did was we moved our meeting up to next Tuesday, and we're still getting information from Mr. Dominic Gale.
Okay, thank you for that, Chair Henyo. So with that, committee members, are there any dates that work for you? We also, Delegate Vince James, go ahead.
Wednesday is good for me. Thank you, Shananda.
Wednesday on the 13th next week?
Oh.
Perfect. Vice Chair Otto, so is the 13th at 10 o'clock good for you?
I have a conflicting schedule pertaining to the 13th. NDOT's gonna have the public hearing at my chapter that day pertaining to the next 5-year plan for the T-tip. So I won't be there. You guys can have the meeting, but you know I'll be okay. I can multitask that day. Thank you.
Delegate Admin Yazzie, are you available on the 13th at 10 o'clock in the morning for a special Law and Order Committee meeting?
I'm good, Madam Chair.
Okay, then we'll go ahead and schedule, since we have 3 members of the Law and Order Committee who can commit to that date and time. Lorraine, let's go ahead and schedule the meeting for July 13th at 10 o'clock a.m. And this is for the special Law and Order Committee meeting. Make sure that the committee members are informed of it, and then make sure that you let Delegate Eugene So know about this as well. So with that, committee members, I'm going to ask for a motion and a second so that we can vote on this, this change that has been made for our special meeting.
Motion to Delegate James.
Motion made by Delegate Vince James. Can I get a second?
Vice Chair seconds.
Vice Chair seconds the motion for July 22nd at 10 o'clock a.m., a special Law and Order Committee meeting. So with that, we'll go ahead and proceed forward to the vote.
Madam Chair.
Honorable Vince.
I'm sorry, hold on, Sherelle. Vice Chair, go ahead.
Did you say the 22nd or I thought you just said the 22nd. I thought it was the 13th.
No, it's July 13th, 2022.
Okay,
at
thank
10
you.
o'clock a.m. Yes. Go ahead, Sherelle.
Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Green, Delegate James.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting. Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton not voting, and Honorable Eugene So absent, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. So with a vote of 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting, the date has been selected for July 13th, 2022 at 10 o'clock a.m. for a special Law and Order Committee meeting. We now proceed forward to item B on the report. There was a special work session that was scheduled on July 1st, 2022 at 1 o'clock p.m. Lorraine, can you remind us what that work session was for? Is that the one that was with HES, Health Education Human Services?
Yes, Madam Chair, that was with HES, but HES, at the time that they were meeting, they had other commitments already, so I just did the memo for just a LOC to meet with NDOH regarding their plan of operation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, since this is actually a work session with Health Education Human Services, can you coordinate with their legislative advisor and come up with 3 dates that the Law and Order Committee can consider in the month of August? Keep in mind, Lorraine, that we probably will more than likely, as we proceed forward to the month of August, we'll have budget sessions during that time as well. But if they can come up with 3 dates and then have it ready for the next Law and Order Committee meeting, and we can put it on the agenda. And then item C, reschedule LOC meeting for July 25th at 10 o'clock a.m. due to budget hearings from July 25th through the 29th. Lorraine, just as Chair Hanyo stated, nothing has been determined at this point. So I think that issue right now, we don't need to discuss that right now since the calendar hasn't been approved. So we'll go ahead and proceed forward to the close of the meeting. Are there any announcements at this time? Not hearing anything. Can I get a motion and a second to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn by Vice Chair.
Motion to adjourn made by Vice Chair Otto. So can I get a second?
I'll second, Madam Chair.
Second made by Admin Yazzie. So with that, committee members, we'll go ahead and proceed forward to the roll call vote. Sherelle, can you assist us with the roll call vote for a adjournment at 2:33 p.m.?
Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting. Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton not voting, and Honorable Eugene So absent, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. So with that, committee members, we are hereby adjourned until our next meeting that's scheduled on July 11th at 10 o'clock a.m. You guys be safe out there and enjoy the rest of your day.